The question is just a focus on your consumption. That's the leader of the I don't know the first time I am it's been good. It's looking for the finish of your funding consumption. That can be able to consider the essential portion of Jason here. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? You need a prescription for your life. I have a special gift for all my listeners. I'm giving away a free copy of my international best-selling book to help you truly live your potential. All you have to do is cover the shipping and handling, and I will give you the book absolutely free. I want to invest in you to your health this year. To get your free copy of my book, I'll visit myfreehealthbook.com. It's myfreehealthbook.com, and let's get healthy together this year. Close your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Martin, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8, here on Room 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Room 105.1.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for variety positions in some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Ramos, Chili, Joseph Brown, Subway, Ichigo, and Cinnamon. Whether you're just starting or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for you. Explore current opportunities and apply today at alumni.guam.com. Your next growth opportunity is just minutes away.
Where we give you a latest video on the planet. The coast of Guam is Wave 105 on Guam. It's CBS News Every Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Guam County, McCormick, prosecutors in Utah announced state charges today against 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, accused of killing Charlie Kirk. Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray said the charges include aggravated murder, and he will seek the death penalty. The evidence, he said, includes a note to Robinson's roommate.
The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, quote, I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it.
Robinson is due to make a virtual court appearance this hour. CBS's Anna Schefter.
The purpose of the hearing today, according to officials, is to inform the suspect of the charges against him and provide him with an attorney if he hasn't retained one already to represent him.
The mayor judge today dismissed the terrorism charges against Luigi Mangione, accused of killing United Healthcare CEO. Jason Wells with the Council on Foreign Relations.
The evidence that he committed the largest crime against the World Trade Center coerced the Hawaiian population were not true. In fact, he claimed that he committed this just on time earlier, and this was not weapon or to limit the coercive effect.
The state's second-degree murder charges remain in place. Israel says its all-out offensive is now underway in Gaza City. Acting UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres,
we are seeing massive killing of civilians in a way that I do not remember in any conflict since I am Secretary General.
In declaring the beginning of the operation, which could take months, Israel's defense minister said Gaza is burning. Actor and director Robert Redford has died. He was 89. He was one of the biggest stars of the 70s with films like The Way We Were and All the President's Men. People magazine's Nigel Smith says Redford stunned many by turning his attention to directing.
It was really unprecedented, and it was also a big risk. I mean, this was an actor who was at the height of his game in Hollywood, in the world, known for his acting, and he really went out on a limb to develop a strategy and drama like Ordinary People. But because of his command of the directing, because of his time with actors, because he himself wasn't an actor, he this year's such incredible performance that the film really has stood the test of time and is still regarded as one of the best picture winners.
His publisher Freddie Redford died at his home at Sundance in the mountains of Utah. On Wall Street today, stocks finished lower, the Dow up 125 points. This is CBS News.
Take O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club. Hey, I'm Carlos, and the real thing we love about the Chick-fil-A pretzel cheddar club is the tangy diva with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level. It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon. Man, you know how much you love bacon. I love the different varieties: grilled, spicy, original, and gives you nice and excited for fun.
What is the pretzel cheddar club with cherry berry and pretzel for limited time? No, it's Chick-fil-A.
You can stay for the testimonials. There's nothing like when you get that part from you, then. It just fits. The first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more. And you find all the parts you need. Anything to fit. That price is so much. Sounds good, doesn't it? Wow. Eligible items only. Exclusions. 5 of 7 electric vehicles posted solid scores on a new round of class tests from the Insurance Institute. Jeff Gilbert has the story.
The Chevy Blazer EV, BMW i4, Volkswagen ID Buzz, and Tesla Cybertruck all got good ratings in a test that simulates striking a tree or a telephone pole. The Tesla Model 3 was acceptable. There are vehicles out there performing really well in different test modes. Institute Vice President Roland Arbaugh says Ford's F-150 Lightning and Nissan Fire got poor scores because concerns for protection of rear seat passengers. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
Ford is planning to cut up to 1,000 jobs at its electric auto plant in Cologne, Germany, due to lower than expected demand for battery-powered cars. Ford announced a restructuring last year that would reduce its workforce in Europe. I'm Brandon McCormick, CBS News.
Today, Wave 105 FM, we want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island, in our community, and even the place of you. If you are enjoying the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all parts of you. All parts, all perspectives, all talk about this. 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, you call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM. Talk now. Welcome to Lone Pine Fiber Fan, the Cold Weather, and this is Curtis Clay. Now, music for University, making dollars for Brightside. I'm Stephanie, and making dollars for the Star Order, and we're outside of that phone. You call this is you quick. On the right line, there's someone who can get a car for pickup at your convenience or delivering right to your doorstep. On the order, it's www.com forward / pickup. Remember, that's something that refresh Here's energy efficiency. Quick power facts from GPA. At BuyEnergyBlog.com, you can calculate daily energy use. Check your patterns, see when your household uses the most power, and make simple changes that can lower your bill, all from the comfort of home. And here's another tip from GPA. Try GPA's free online energy expert tool. In just minutes, you'll get a virtual home energy audit with customized tips to save money on your electricity bill. Visit GuamPowerAuthority.com. Energy efficiency is brought to you by Guam Power Authority. The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, Beth and Tony. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Host Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in.
listening to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show. Good day, everybody, and welcome to the Brightside here on Wave 105.1 FM. We want to thank our friends over at Chili's, More Life, Great Food, and Great Value. Happy with our friends at Chili's. We also want to thank our friends at Code School of Guam. Learn the code and lead of the island's first coding boot camp. Your future and tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. We also want to thank our friends over there at Subway. You got to refresh to be fresh. Order online your Subway favorites at SubwayPacific.com. Pick it up at your convenience or get it delivered to you as part of our Good to Go We Deliver. We also want to thank our friends at Microtech. You can check them out in Challenge San Antonio to Mini, or you can also check them out in the Micro Mall. They got 2 locations to serve you there. Big shout out to our friends at GTA. We start with you. Thank you to our friends over there at Sentinel Security Solutions, their Guam's premier provider of professional security services, delivering operational excellence and protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. We also want to thank our friends over at Sherwin-Williams Paint. That's right, rain's coming fast. Are you ready? Seal your roof with Sherwin-Williams silicone roofing, engineered for Guam's toughest weather, from blazing sun to pounding rain. Protect what matters today, and I'm Sherwin-Williams. Once again, hop it, everybody, and thank you so much for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. The Bright Side begins. Welcome to another Bright Side here on Wave 105. My name is Polly Cuba. Viva Mentor! It's Wednesday, September 17th. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Talk of Guam. 671-922-1051 or 1052 is the number. We are online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. I want to thank Maureen Maritita because she was over at the military forum with the Department of, do we say war yet? I think so, right? Because of the executive order, the Department of War. There was a forum in partnership with the government of Guam. So when I look at what day one looked like, they had the governor, Magalami Guamani Lourdes Rial, right? So she gave her welcoming remarks. And then the keynote address is Admiral Samuel Paparo, the commander of U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. And so he gave his address on Guam's role in the Indo-Pacific strategy. And so Maureen was able to capture the governor's welcoming remarks and Admiral Paparo's keynote address and some questions. So after they spoke, there was a Q&A portion before they moved on to the first panel discussion, right? So the first panel discussion is on community readiness and resilience, a civil-military compact for Guam. And on the panel is the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, Mayor of Peachy, Jesse Alec. So we're going to talk to him in the 3 o'clock hour and get his take on how that panel discussion went, right? And so on the panel with Mayor Alec was Ms. Vera Capusca, the Executive Director of the Community Defense Liaison Office, Carlana Leon Guerrero, the Chief Advisor of Military and Regional Affairs for the Office of the Governor, Randy Sablon, who is the Senior Advisor, Political Military Affairs for the Joint Region Marianas,
and Joint Task Force Micronesia, and then as well as the mayor, Jesse Alec, and Mr. Teo, the chairman of the Guam Chamber of Commerce. And so we'll talk to him in the Mayor Allen during 3 o'clock hour. But first, let's play the welcoming remarks from Governor Lilian Guerrero, right? And so she shares that whether you know Guam's history well or only by its line item in a budget, one truth is clear. We are the only U.S. territory in the Western Pacific with the land, location, and infrastructure to project power, sustain forces, and safeguard the freedom of maritime navigation and the democratic values that flow with it. He said, from Anderson Air Force Base to Naval Base Guam and the newly established Camp Blanc, we host the platforms that can reach any point in the Indo-Pacific within hours. Without Guam, the defense of the Pacific and the security of the United States would be far weaker, and Guam would be weaker too. So we'll just play her welcoming remarks. Once again, this is Governor Lilian Guerrero.
and we do not quit on that now. But partnership will not mean total recognition. It must mean tangible investment. The United States cannot rely on law without also uplifting law. We expect not parity, but forward. If an island is to declare our mission, our mission must help us to clear ourselves, especially from the area of concern related to this. That is why today's focus on civil military engagement is telling innovation. Solutions to our most pressing issues, organizing information, strengthening our fear, preparing our islands for the future, enabling a full government approach where federal, military, regional, and community work in unity. We must also acknowledge the recent record of assistance by the missile defense agency. While I know and remain dissatisfied with those outcomes of the process, I will commit as governor to ensuring law's voice is heard and our influence are at work. Protecting the law must mean more than extending its geography. It must also mean safeguarding kids, their homes, our safety, and our dignity. I will continue to advocate for solutions to protect both laws and strategic importance and the work of the future. This issues taken together are alive in the form of serious issues, including economic system, to convene economic adjustment committees in Congress, and urgent needs to implement from the highest level of federal regulation. One topic non-stone serves as national ticket. It is the first phase of our tomorrow meeting. Here are ancestors, their homes, folk stories, and scientific books. And here, in June, continue to fulfill our duty as security of the community. But in the most of the field, the nation we love must meet its duty to us. Defense cannot be one-sided. Our people deserve defense security, recognition, and opportunity as citizens waiting for them. Progress is not the limit of perfect brilliance, but progress is success, ignorance, and opportunity. When we come to giving, listening to friends, and sit down around waiting forward together, that is how we will take for our own. Stand guard against it, and stand and practically form within a secure and normal space. As Governor Wright will try to make business and the partnerships that we can possible. Together, we will ensure our workers not only meet the needs of produce, but also the foundation for nations to be. I'm still pleased for your leadership, your vision, and your steadfast commitment to Guam and our region. May our discussions be fruitful, our defense respect, and our shared purpose and purity. As this journey on tomorrow hospital, he is in the knowledgeable, affectionate, and effective. Our first is founded by our greatest love. Your parents love before our people, for our island, and for freedom and democracy. Welcome to Guam. Welcome to Guam Regional Forum, University.
And so you don't need to switch over because we're just going to go right back. We'll just leave the slides in, and that way those of our sponsors that we have slides continue to get the love anyways, right? But once again, the governor closes with our journey is guided by our greatest love. Izina nauta i mastakilu na we na exacta. And so she says Guam is not just limestone, dirt, and sand in the Pacific. It is the birthplace of the Samoan people where our ancestors built homes, told stories, and planted hope. And as heirs to this land, we must also be clear that Guam's cultural identity and human heritage must be secured, right? And so if anybody's talking about erasure, they're not aligning with what needs to happen moving forward. And that could be a legislator. That could be a military organization. She's making it very clear. The nation we love must make its duty to us. The funds cannot be one-sided. Our people deserve the same security, dignity, and opportunity as the citizens we defend. And she even says progress is not born from perfect agreement, but from respect, even in our differences. You'll hear Admiral Picaro say that Guam is the homeland. We are American people, and we must not forget. And he says that the Department of War and the military members, the war fighters, cannot forget that. But there is no distinguishing otherwise of a people. Here in Guam, this is the homeland. And the people here are Americans. We'll play the almost in its entirety. We'll play Admiral Picaro's keynote speech. We'll start, because there he thanks everybody that's there and attended. The governor of the CNMI is also there. And so he thanks Governor Appleton for being there. But we'll start where he says Guam is a special place in the lore of his family. This was the main place of his father's service, so his grandfather's service in World War II. And he says that it is hallowed ground. So, we'll play it? Yeah?
especially a real estate technology is based and even with wages, must experience the industry and some things significant to the specific state. It has the ability to experiment and the balance tool and the class because of insurance compliance 7% of not the issues and using research was local businesses, so they were just the this was around building for the areas, for instance, of where the veterans so this is for keeping it together, or contributing directly to the security funds for being meaningful for families and things more some of our examples of dedicated people that are not having the factory to work with them. This may have been to Europe and other experts. You see, like you do.
Admiral Samuel Paparo, right? So he's the commander of Indo-PACOM. If Frank's still on the line, we'll just go right to him. No, he's gone? All right, so again, when I listen to what Admiral Paparo says, he says this forum is about a compact among civil and military, local and federal, united for Guam's security and prosperity, and they are linked. So Guam's defense is America's defense, mission builds lasting security, prosperity, and opportunity for the people of Guam. There were some questions that were asked from some people in the audience, and if we don't get any phone calls, we'll go to that on the other side of these, right here on Wave 105. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. It's the Brightside on the Talk of Guam. Viva Mentalist! Absolutely glorious and super. Don't forget to catch the Brightside every weekday afternoon from 6 to 1 o'clock. From football to business to this happening on island, we're about to get down with island leaders, business owners, and leaders. I want to thank so much more for our sponsors, Michael Clark, Nathan Cook, Bruce Williams, Colonel Williams, Swings, and Subway. Take a break from all of that food and join the Brightside on Wave 105. You try to manage your someone here in sandwiches, all crafted to carry from serving for cheesesteaks, chicken fries, delicious Italianos, not water and clouds, to the household cheese and heroes. The Subway service was next made for you faster. How you're craving for today. At Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh. You got what it takes to win. Take more every Friday, and then pour a second and county roll to the history of the
Screenshots of Chinatown. This is science, and all of them Davidson. Screenshots of screenshots of screenshots. Maybe, until you discovered CrispShare. It gives you ordinary workaday screenshots then bigger and zoom. How? With a whole range of distinctive backgrounds, special effects, and customization features that can really turn your presentation to something people will be talking about for weeks. There's a whole array of dedicated columns, gradients, shadows, borders, and all kinds of other handy tools that can put your screenshots steps ahead. And it all happens right in your browser. Nothing leaves your computer, and your site stores nothing. Distinctive, professional-looking screenshots in seconds for you, all ready for your meeting decks and your reports. Get the CrispShare Edge at CrispShare.com. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, Jeffrey Thomas. We do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Music Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to have quality, respectful, and pleasing content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM from Stanley, Guam. Enjoy the show.
Brightside here on Wave 105. Before we get into the Q&A, I do want to put out this PSA from the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors, right? And so they are putting together a presentation, and it will take place on Saturday at 3 p.m. at the Guam Museum. And so they invite the entire community to join the Pacific Association for Radiation Survivors on Saturday at 3 p.m. This Saturday. They're going to be presenting information on how the people of Guam were exposed to nuclear fallout. And cancer survivors and families are encouraged to attend. For additional inquiries, you can email them at parsguamdownwinders@gmail.com. That's parsguamdownwinders@gmail.com. And when I looked at the presentation, right, and this one was from 2022, and, you know, obviously they've been putting together this information, so I imagine they're going to share a lot from their presentation that was put together back in 2022. And I imagine that they've shared this presentation a number of times. But in this presentation, it mentions that Guam did receive radioactive debris from fallout during the nuclear weapons testing in the Pacific Ocean. The vertical error bar, there's bars here that it shows, and it's a graph that shows the vertical error bars that are used in an attempt to show the uncertainty in the gum film measurements. They represent the 95% confidence limits based on a long normal distribution with a geometric standard deviation. Uncertainty in the gum film method for measuring fallout was probably much greater. The analysis demonstrates that fallout in Guam during that period was similar to that in other parts of the U.S. and its territories. And so, again, they're going to present the data and the explanation of, again, on how the people of Guam were exposed to nuclear fallout. So it's Saturday at the Guam Museum at 3 p.m. Okay, and so back to the Guam Defense Forum, right? That happened today, or I think it's still happening. Adrian Gogley, who I know very well, I've been seeing him recently at a number of town hall meetings, and so he was there to ask a question about the Davidson window in 2027. And if you haven't heard this, this is basically where China is saying prepare for war by 2027. The Davidson window reflects one of his predecessors, or a mentor of his, Admiral Phil Davidson, who was the 25th commander of the United States Indo-Pacific Command, who reflected the fact that Xi Jinping directed his military to be ready for conflict to unify Taiwan by force to their mainland by 2027. And so China has a window where they intend to be ready by 2027. It also has implicitly a requirement that we are able to deter conflict by pacing and or exceeding that capability for deterring conflict. He says it became so named the Davidson window because there was a sense that 2027 was a date like a spellbound date, 2027. He says 2027 was a strict goal to be ready for that date. And the People's Liberation Army has set themselves on a course to be ready, and according to their own goals, they are on track. He says that means that we've got to work doubly harder to be ready to afford that in accordance with our own obligations within the policy itself, one tentative of which is the Taiwan Relations Act. He also says it could be earlier. China might add before 2027 if it sees the right conditions, though doing so would increase risks to its forces and leadership. But it is an important marker on the wall that they should pay heed to, and it demonstrates a certain set of intentions. It's not necessarily a go date. But 2027 does not mean that must happen then or immediately after. And so he says it's a date that they're tracking very closely. It's not a number that we approach with any sense of fatalism. If anything, it's a number that inspires us and makes us more vigilant. After that, there was a question from Barbara Beneventi of Dunedin. And we have time to at least play this one right before we get to the break. So Barbara Beneventi, she says she doesn't fully understand what all will be discussed for this forum and how it will truly help me and other civilians who aren't involved in the planning and staging and movements around the build-up and having the infrastructure to support the Guam Missile Defense System as well. However, she says, the community, people like myself who are spending our days raising our children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, farming, working land, and trying to be good neighbors, to keep kindness and respect moving forward among ourselves, and especially among the leaders for whom we are, I was brought up to trust our leaders, trust our elected leaders, and those of authority, those who have made promises to keep us safe, those who not put other interests over the rights and freedoms of indigenous people, to safeguard our land, our water, and air, and to certainly pay it forward to the next generation to come after us, are left living free in a clean and healthy way. And so here's a question and then the response from Admiral Paparo and also the governor response. And this will take us to the top of the hour.
And the rest of the
Governor, you're going to be the first to call them out. What about the negative plan, right? The RFP's out. They're looking to come outside and build more homes outside for military housing. And they should have more military housing, but it should be on the other side of the fence. There's a lot of open area, a lot of open space. When I was listening to Harry Jackson, the executive director, CEO of the Guam Association of Realtors, when he was presenting in front of the Chamber of Commerce, she talked about where she used to live in base housing in Anderson. And when she went to go check it out, now that she's back on an island living here, her home is gone. And so, over time, homes, need to be repaired or they need to build new ones. You have to make sure that they're safe and secure for military members and their families. But you also need to invest in that then. And you can build up. So, the RFP does to me, when I look at that RFP, it shows that they're not necessarily prioritizing the people of Guam and how it affects and impacts them. So, Admiral Patel does say, though, he responds to Barbara Benevento, says, your goals and our goals. We are absolutely committed to the defense of Guam, to peace and security in the Indo-Pacific. Our peace and security that is honorable and respectful, that is sustainable over time, that's underpinned in value, in the dignity of human beings, in the ultimate respect for rights and for freedom. Well, housing is a right. Right? I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a mansion or anything, but just standard living, access to water, access to shelter. And so, even building a new hotel, you have to look at the impact of a hotel. How does it impact our power infrastructure? How does it impact our water infrastructure? And so, more housing, whether it's on base or off base, how does it affect? How does it impact our power? How does it impact our water? And so, not only should you invest in housing, whether it's on base or off base, you absolutely should be investing more in our power grid. So, I'm glad that this forum is happening. I'm glad that they're having these conversations. And then now you just, hold people accountable for what they say. This is on the record at this point. You see how they are going to address some of the issues, not just housing, but I would say infrastructure too, which includes roads and access. And then doing some of them, I just saw Congressman Jim Moreland put out an update, and there's some crossing out here on the NDAA, which was passed by the U.S. House of Representatives on September 12th. The legislation secures over $3 billion. Nope. That's been tossed out from $3 billion to $1.3 billion in direct investments and includes policy reforms that strengthen Guam's infrastructure, workforce, and strategic defense posture. What happened? How did we lose? How did we lose $2.7 billion? Oh, in 2 days, we went from $3 billion to $1.3 billion. $1.17 billion for family housing to be executed in fiscal year 2026, including $105 million for 250 new housing units, crossed out. Now it's $105 million for 250 new family housing units in Guam. The NDAA also includes $795 million in new multi-year authorizations for mill pond projects. So that has been adjusted. It used to say $795 million in mill pond will be distributed across multiple fiscal years. Now it's saying in new multi-year authorizations for mill pond projects. Guam's missile defense capabilities are supported. That remains the same at $11.35 million in procurement funding and $128.49 million for research and development. 3 o'clock on the dot. Not anymore. Now it's 3:01. On the other side of the CBS News, we're going to be hanging out with the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, also the mayor of Piki, also the undefeated champion and Piki's best mayor. And he's going to be hanging out because he is part of a panel discussion that happened earlier today at that Guam Defense Forum. And so we'll talk to him in just a bit. We're KGUM FM and Canada Guam. I'm Michael Quintero. President Trump has a busy day ahead of him as he visits Great Britain.
I'm Vicky Barker at Windsor Castle, about to be the site of what has to be the world's most prestigious pajama party. President Trump and First Lady Melania spending the night here, the guests of King Charles and Queen Camilla. By the time they hit the hay tonight, they'll have been wined and dined by senior royalty, serenaded with military bands and gun salutes, and driven to the council grounds in their strong convergence. Tomorrow is when the deal is put done, when Trump meets Prime Minister Keir Starmer at the Prime Ministerial Country Retreat. Vicky Barker, CBS News, Windsor, England.
It was a little tense on the ground as the president was flying to London. Transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve reports air traffic controllers had to order Spirit Airlines Flight 1300 to turn away from Air Force One.
The 1300 traffic off the left lane by 8 miles, 747. I'm sure you can see who it is.
Preliminary flight data from Flight Radar 24 indicates the Spirit Airbus A321 is briefly flying about 8 miles in parallel distance from Air Force One, but the closest the two jets came when they were on a converging path was around 11 miles. That is in no way what the FAA would consider a close call by any means, but it was closer than air traffic controllers wanted the two planes to be.
Audio from liveatc.net. 23-year-old Tyler Robinson's first court appearance saw him formally charged with aggravated murder in the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. That could bring the death penalty. Prosecutor Chad Greenlander made the announcement in a Provo, Utah court.
Just for the court's information, we did file just recently, within the last few minutes, a notice of intent to seek the death penalty that was filed by Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray.
Robinson appeared briefly before a judge by video from jail. In Gaza City, Palestinians trying to flee the area and clogging a coastal road as the Israeli military says it has lost its much-anticipated ground offensive. Hundreds of thousands remain in the ruins of Gaza City. Correspondent Stacey Lynn reports that the Treasury Department will stop issuing paper checks for tax refunds, Social Security payments, and most other government programs at the end of next month.
More than 5 million people still got them in the mail from the government. They're mostly seniors, people with disabilities, immigrants, and others without bank accounts. Advocates for them are worried they may not get the proper notice until a payment doesn't show up.
Northrop Grumman's cargo ship carrying supplies for the International Space Station suffered 2 premature engine shutdowns, and that's delaying its arrival at the ISS. For that, look at CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, homes, boats, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
You're listening to Leaf Over Radio, and the guru of data protection himself, Chris Cunningham, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions. Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from? You calling from the lab?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A leaf filter trusted pro will come on and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a leaf filter. America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, leaf filter trusted pros in your neighborhood and right now. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule a free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that say?
It's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% CEO and employee discount. No good couple household. Fans are celebrating the 100th birthday of blues legend B.B. King. So strong fans distinct the voice. There was no one like being known as King of the Blues, B.B. King. People from around the globe are expected in Memphis for a concert filled with tributes to the artist's other concerts, including Eric Clapton performing with King here. No King's name or the name of Lucille, his signature hollow-body Gibson guitar. King battled deep property and in clothes, but by the 1950s he was a local senior blues artist and changed solo guitar forever. Allison Guinness, CBS News. A question for TikTok's potential shutdown has been if it would keep its algorithm to program following its video feed after it's sold. The Chinese government says it can reduce sales framework for advertising. Michael Castillo, CBS News.
With me going to be in this function this show, I got over the show host, Jason Lowe. We do not necessarily reflect the game of means of carbon management or way of identify programs, limited media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide fun, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 15 FM and Sound of Guam. Enjoy the show. Happening, everybody, and thanks so much for tuning in to the Brightside. We are back here in the 3 o'clock hour, of course. We're going to start off by thanking our amazing sponsors. Big shout out to our friends over there at Chili's, More Life, Good Food, and great value happening with our friends at Chili's. We also want to thank our friends over there at Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding bootcamp. Your future in tech begins with this at Code School of Guam. We're all thank our friends over there at Subway. You got to recess to be fresh. Check them out. You can get your favorite over there at Subway online, pick it up at your convenience, or get it delivered to you. It's powered by Good to Go. We deliver. We also want to thank our friends at Micro Pass. You can check them out in the Micro Mall. They got 2 locations there.
And you can check them out, of course, Calvin, San Antonio, and Chimay. We want to thank our friends over at Sentinel Security Solutions, their Guam premier provider of professional security services. Now, they're delivering operational excellence and protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. We also want to thank our friends over at Sherwin Williams Paint. You can check them out. The wet season is here, and your roof needs to be ready. Don't wait any longer for that blazing summer plumbing rain. Go ahead with weather-ready coatings. Be smart, be prepared, and ask Sherwin-Williams. We also want to thank our friends over there at Here. We start with you. Once again, thanks so much for tuning to the Brightside here on Wave. Let's begin the show.
September 17th, we're going to go to the phone lines now and hang out with Richard Best, the very best, the all-time best. Mayor Dayton. You able to get to where you need to go, or are you still hanging out at the hotel?
Oh, no, I'm out now.
All right. Well, thanks for...
We just got back, so, yeah.
Okay, you got some delicious food, though, on your... before you got to leave.
Yeah, it's really good.
Well, there's food. I mean, they're not paying you.
We just cooked for us. We can talk about that.
There you go. Some kind of compensation, right? And so,
Yeah.
there was so you were part of the first panel discussion, Community Readiness and Resilience, a Civil Military Complex for Guam?
That's correct.
Yeah.
We actually, the whole thing was going real quickly, and the system managed to do a good job of facilitating that. So it's actually really going smoothly, and the panel discussion really kind of focused on how our community and their mission needs intersect. And I think all of us kind of wanted to, all of us have something to say about that. And it was perfect, actually, because I was trying to figure out how to get our point across to the Mayor's Council of Guam. And so I felt that the important part for us is that it needs to intersect. That our concerns, our needs, our work is not intersect with that of the military and that of its mission. One of the ways that I feel is necessary is that we need to be included in these decisions that are made for Guam through those congressional delegations, for example. Because typically they come out, DOD comes out, and nobody gets in touch with the mayor. They simply it's just the governor. And I had the discussion with the governor, and, she was all on board with it. She agreed. And I think the issue is that all of this is being dictated to us. So who's going to be a part of that meeting? And that's precisely my point. If in fact we're important, then you need to include all aspects of this project, of this mission, so that our needs do intersect. Because, and our requirements intersect, because you can't just do everything that you need. What about what we need? Because if we don't get what we need in order to succeed, then how do we support your mission? How do we support your needs? And I'm speaking specifically about DOD families. DOD families are integrated into our communities these days, more so than ever. And you'll find more families renting 9 homes in our municipalities. And we realize that we appreciate that because it's business for us. But at the same time, it also behooves the federal government, partner with the military, to say, well, if our people are going to be there and they're going to be in your community, then how do we help support that as well? Or how do we, everything from infrastructure, roads, flooding even issues, and then emergency preparedness, right? So how do we as a community prepare for a disaster before, during, and after, and how instrumental is the Department of Defense in making sure that we're resilient, that our communities are resilient. So it really putting it out there because we've never really done it publicly is kind of being nice about it, but I don't want to be nice about it. I want to be diplomatic, but I also want results. Because we're just spinning our wheels here, right? We're spinning the wheel and we're not going anywhere. The military getup has been in discussion for too long, and now we're here, now the military is here, and certainly we're concerned and we're being promised that we are the homeland, we are part of the homeland, and that the defense of the homeland is priority. That's great, we do it all the time, and I want to be safe, I want to feel independent, but also we need to thrive, we need to live in our own land as well. And are we welcoming visitors? Of course, that's our nature, that's us, that's being tomorrow, to welcome visitors, to welcome guests, and we don't really have a problem with it. But, it has to be equal, right? It has to, what is good for them has to be good for us. So, let's have a real proper seat at the table, simply, because it's still not fair.
The Joint Region Marianas is in your municipality, right? And so, do you ever connect with their commander, the commander of Joint Region Marianas? Do you get invited to dinner?
That's the thing, right? It's like, we're more than, and I did say that, gone are the days where commissioners are over bushcrafters, because of justice, because we don't do it. I mean, we do it, but that's one component of our trauma. And now, with all these other responsibilities, and perhaps even
the security the security of your residents are a priority to you when it comes to typhoons, tsunamis, any kind of emergency. I mean, and now with the alarm systems that are all over the village, they're going to turn to you. Hey, Mayor, why is this on? And they're going to look to you as the front line office to get the word out in any emergency, whether it's man-made or natural.
Exactly, and I think that, I guess my point was, we all know it. We all know that these things exist. We know what our problems are, but I'm asking to fill those gaps. And I actually mentioned that. I actually mentioned that one of the things that we've learned is that a biggest gap, I think, is not addressing the needs of our vulnerable population. Our vulnerable population is, those with disabilities, Mamanko, those isolated families where there's a Chamorro Filipino from the compact, there's isolated families. And on top of that, our drug problems. That's a vulnerable population, and we have to consider that the people on drugs is equal to population. There's a percentage of them on this island that's too high. And so how do we can do all this build-up, we can have all this great security, and we have this golden dome, but then we're going to be all dead in this dome because everybody's abusing drugs, and there's no, we don't have a handle on it. My uncle are dying for reasons that we can't solve. Our population, those with disabilities, how have we addressed that? So I know that it's important to everybody. Let's meet each other. And if we're going to meet each other, then okay, so what is it that you're going to give us? How is it that you're going to help us? I mean, I studied again, and I know that the millionaire or the investor, it's not all about the money. Don't always just say it's about the money. I don't really need you to give us the money, but if you have a plan, a process, a resource that can lead us halfway to accomplish these things, and so be it. Let's talk about it. So,
did the conversation ever come up with like just, you know how military, like airmen, airwomen, I never heard you say airwomen, but airmen and sailors, right? They go to the schools or they go to a facility or a park and they clean up. Was that part of the conversation? Because I'm hearing that it needs to be more than that.
Yeah, I was just going to tell you that. I mean, no, that wasn't part of the conversation, and I did not, it didn't come up, and I didn't mention it, but yeah, definitely, come on, Tommy, it has to be more than that. I mean, like I said, what about our very large population? How do we address in the lab, right, like a gap?
Right.
I mean, because it's the truth, right? It really is. When you look at these populations, and I always talk about those abusing drugs, because how is it that a DOD family can live in a village next door to a drug house, and how could they be safe? Well, you're not only protecting the family, the DOD family, you're going to be protecting the entire neighborhood, right? It's supposed to be the neighbors helping neighbors, neighbors supporting neighbors and their families. And we talk about, that knowledge. That anecdote, that cultural sensitivity needs to be considered. And hopefully, hopefully those comments are, becoming something concrete for us.
Right. It probably has to even be more than a few multi-purpose emergency shelters.
Well, I mentioned that too. I said congratulations, but I feel sorry for Maureen. Because you have a gigantic building, enormous. And that's the worst case. Because we don't have that person's money to support that. And that's the thing, there's no planning. You build, but that poor building is going to look like just 10 years.
Well, when I was listening to the speech, right, how many funding sources had to be appropriated?
No, Josh. It's crazy. It's like absolutely nuts. They have to fight for that suddenly Marigold's, Marigold's term. And again, I'm not trying to be a downer.
Right.
But at the same time, how do you keep maintaining that facility, that gigantic facility? And who's going to pay the power? Well, we factored that in, but we didn't factor it in at $8,000 to $10,000 a month.
So what about that post money that comes in for Orda California because the Orda landfill is there? That's not going to be enough to sustain to pay for the power and the water?
How are you going to pay the $3 million back? Right? And that $3 million is what? $25,000 a month? The operations is $960,000. You get to $150,000 from the whole community from the bus once a year.
That's probably why NLR is not doing that yet then. Because that's the whole city too, right?
Yeah, I don't want to say that, but I would assume so, because it just didn't work out the way I think it was planned to work out. And it's unfortunate, like I said. And even then, Mayor Wayne at one of our meetings, I think it was yesterday, and he was very excited and said that he wants to help out DOE, not have DOE be the shelter, let him be the primary shelter. I was like, hold on. You don't really want that.
I think the government pays the DOE school, right? Every time they use it, like as a user, they pay user fees, right? When they're use as shelters? Am I correct?
We only know for that because the last storm, when that happened, and remember that timber door broke?
Okay.
So the timber door broke, that was a big sliding door at the gym, and it wasn't paid for.
Oh, wow.
Right? And so I remember because I was president, and I thought, who's gonna, we have to divert money to it to adjust it because that was a tier 2 shelter. And I was telling you earlier, but on top of that, you can't, what do you call that, assume responsibility over that because your shelter people need to be trained. They need to be certified. And do you really want to do that? The last storm, I think it was either Mayor Cabell or Mayor Louise when they were talking about having to stay there until the last of the movie went home. And I'm like,
Here's something else, right? If it's an emergency shelter, what happens when the power goes down?
There's
generators there right now, right?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No, but see, that's a part of our general plan for the council. But we've applied for it already with all the villages, but it's only the offices are going to be equipped with, generators.
Right.
So I try to get all the offices water catchment, but we might have some issues with how that was going to be determined. So it wasn't really, it wasn't approved, so we didn't move forward. But, and that's the thing. And so it's those things, right? Like, okay, so someone's going to utilize, if a resident's going to utilize a shelter because their home is insufficient, so we need to make sure that the shelter, is adequate.
Right.
But at the same time, if perhaps they're homeless, the shelter is going to be the best place for them because they don't have a home and that's, where they're going to go. So there's so many issues with that, and that's just where I'm saying.
That's all part of the agreement, right, with the Department of Defense. I think the biolab is another building that they funded, the repository, but what they didn't fund is they didn't fund power, they didn't fund water, and so the local government who has this building, but we're now covering the cost for the operation. And I think that's the same for the multi-purpose emergency shelter at San Pablo Orland. I think that when Santos, the mayor, is going to have to go to the legislature and request appropriation year after year for funding to operate.
Exactly. He does. He's going to have to do that. And the issue there is, and that's what I mean, that's my point, is we cannot be left holding the bag, right, when it comes to something like this, especially if, you're saying that God's structure is as important as it is. And that's my point, too, about spinning our wheels, because we type all this all the time, and we feel it, but yet we're not. I want to see it. I really need to see it. And so the shelters, as it is, I mean, that's a very good example regarding disaster recovery, because even if you do leave, I mean, should they really be the ones, should they really be the tier 1 shelters? I'm not too sure what they should be, right? And I don't even know how they feel about that. But I tell you, the discussion is important. I feel like many of us elected officials, not just mayors, but elected, feel like, we understand what we're saying, but I think it needs to be solidified with resolution, with actual resources, and an improvement in the community. The infrastructure is so you see, right, the roads that they're building, you just even look at Town Drive, right? Everything in there is good. They're helping with rebuilding of the gas breakwater, which is like $500 some million, But then there's potentially the whole, the hardening of the power into Navy base. And so you better believe that I'm on it, right? And I'm thinking, how are we going to, the power into Navy base is going to come underground on Marine Corps Drive, whatever village they're working on, we all have to be indoctrinated. And this is my point about congressional delegation. All of that is just touched at that point, at that level. And I'm going to continue to push that. Whatever mayor is affected, whatever municipality is affected, they are invited to have a seat at that table to discuss those options. And if it's going to improve services in the base, in Navy, but it better improve services to wherever village that improvement passes, whether it's from the EMA, PT, something, all of those villages, their infrastructure should improve as well.
Yeah. So, thank you so much for being so diplomatic.
Yeah. But, that's the thing. It's like, just like our political status, right? It's kind of, they're the same. They're kind of the same. I'm at the same point where status quo is not sufficient. That's being and giving my opinion. But it's just not. Status quo is not good enough. There needs to be a change. And whether it's this collaboration and the partnership with the military, with its build-up, it has to change. It has to be improved. Just the same as self-determination. We cannot, I believe that it cannot just be the same, because we've grown up, there's so much that we can do for ourselves.
We could at least move into the garage. But the reality is our life anyways, though. So,
Yeah. So, thank you. I don't even need to go all the way into that.
I got you. But thank you so much, man. I really appreciate our conversations and you being so diplomatic. It's my favorite. All right, man. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. We will take the break, and we'll be right back. Wave 105.
Wave 105 is now more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We'll talk about what matters most to you today and in the future. We want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. If opinions, bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect. Because everyone can. Call our WhatsApp and 671-922-1051. And that number is 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is National Pop FM, the Talk of Guam.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected companies, including Coca-Cola, Ramos, Chili's, Guns to Guam, Subway, Detail, and Cinnabon. What I'm just starting out and looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply skills right now or on the Your next great opportunity is just to stick away.
I'm Michael Toscano. We will learn Wednesday afternoon what the Federal Reserve is planning to do with interest rates. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady looks at a potential rate cut.
If you are taking out a short-term loan, a quarter-point rate cut will influence that directly. It's also going to influence credit card interest rates. That being said, if you think about how high the average credit card interest rate is, you're often looking upwards of 25%. A quarter point, that
we only going to pay you maybe a couple of bucks a month.
Carla Robinson, now charged with aggravated murder in the assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk, could face the death penalty. Correspondent Carter Evans reports on new information revealed at Robinson's first court appearance.
Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray unveiled sweeping allegations of what happened after Charlie Kirk was assassinated on the campus of Utah Valley University last Wednesday.
The roommate received a text message from Robinson which said, "Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, quote, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it."
Robinson briefly appeared via video from jail. President Trump was in Turkey for a couple of days of peace and policy. CBS's Vicki Barker is covering events at Windsor Castle.
How do locals and tourists feel about all this royal razzmatazz?
Lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marva, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Rules 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, moon, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Rules 105.1.
Today, Guam. Yep, it's me, the Guam Guy, and you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Roll 105 FM. From the National Weather Service and with the Guam Power Authority. National Preparedness Month is here. Preparedness starts at home. Does your preparedness kit have water, food, flashlights, first aid, fan, and some snacks for the kids? Great. Now lend a hand. Check in with a neighbor. Let's have an open and make sure their kit is ready too. Preparedness is for the families and it starts at home. NWF and G2 preparing down together. For more tips, visit GHS.guam.gov and follow GPA on Facebook and on Instagram. Possible as well for college students. Don't forget to catch the Brightside every Wednesday afternoon from 2 to 6 on 105. From kicking off the businesses that is happening on others, we're breaking it down with opportunities, business owners, news. I want to say sports now to our sponsors, Micropass, Local Group, GPA, Thermal Williams, Chase, and Subway. Take a break from all that state and join the Brightside on 105.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the host, guests, and players. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Radio 105 FM, Clemson Media, or any of our partners. As they serve to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Radio 105 FM and Sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. Ebook Necklace. It's Wednesday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Our website is, we are online at thewave105.com and our YouTube channel is Wave105.1 FM Guam. And just another quick reminder here, the Pacific Association for Radiation Survivors, they're holding a presentation this Saturday, September 20th at 3 p.m. at Guam Museum Theater. PARS will be presenting information on how the people of Guam were exposed to nuclear fallout. The public is invited to come and be informed about the damage our island and our people have endured. In this release, it states that PARS, the nonprofit organization in the U.S. territory of Guam, advocates for the inclusion of Guam as a downwinder area under the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, or RECA. RECA, the program, provides compensation for those geographical locations that have been impacted by fallout from the nuclear testing done by the U.S. government. The National Academy of Science has concluded that the people of Guam are considered downwinders. Downwinders are defined as those present in Guam from 1946 to 1962 and who have been diagnosed with one of the cancers associated with radiation exposure. Residents of Guam qualify to be included in RECA by the recommendation of scientists from the National Academy of Sciences. To date, the people of Guam, through PARS and their president, Robert Celestino, and their members continue to advocate for inclusion in RECA. And so once again, PARS will hold a presentation this Saturday at 3 p.m. at the Guam Museum Theater. And we'll continue to share that public service announcement all the way until Friday. All right, so let's, I saw this release coming in from the Office of the Governor. It looks like the governor has signed Bill number 138, opening it up for the first time. This is one of the bills that the governor sent down, right, to the legislature that appropriates $40 million. And so here's her letter saying that this will fund capital improvement projects of GMH, including its electrical system and operational costs and supplies. Authorizes GMHA to spend up to $5 million of this appropriation specifically to replace, repair, and or maintain its IT infrastructure upon a declaration of emergency. The bill was hard fought. She says, and though I welcome its passing, I would be remiss not to acknowledge the fiscal challenges the government will face in funding critical measures like this one in the future if the legislature persists in enacting its intended budget for the upcoming fiscal year. In fact, during the budget cycle, certain factions within our legislature were poised to abandon our hospital altogether, seeking to deflect responsibility for its repair to unavailable sources of funding. ARPA funds, which have been fully obligated, cannot be diverted to other purposes. She says, having voted to reduce government revenues by rolling back the BPT, a measure she says that she vetoed, the legislature must account for its decision to prioritize wealthy businesses over the needs of our community. She says the crisis at GMH is only the first of many circumstances in which our legislature will undoubtedly be confronted with their improvident intent to cut a critical revenue stream in a time of great need. I must also note that not only is Section 3 of this bill legally flawed, utilization of the measure provided therein would hinder GMHA's ability to use the funds as it needs to. She says it's unclear whether the bill requires a declaration of emergency, which is authorized by Guam Code annotated and provided in this bill. The distinction is meaningful. A declaration requires action by the governor through an executive order, while a certificate requires action by the chief procurement officer or the head of a purchasing agency. The mismatched language and statutory reference of the bill would potentially expose any resulting procurement to protest and delay these critical procurements. Fortunately, Bill 1 does not require the GMH to utilize the confused method provided in Section 3 in order to access the appropriation, nor does it limit the use of procurement methods otherwise available under the law to replace, repair, or maintain GMH's electrical system. Notwithstanding the confused language in Section 3, he says, I am confident GMHA and other agencies coordinating in its response, including the GSA and GPA, The necessary authority under existing law to accomplish the procurement needed to address GMH's needs, and then for those reasons, he signed Bill number 138 into law, Public Law 3859. I'm still waiting on updates from either the Office of the Governor or the Attorney General. The Attorney General has responded to an email that I sent out earlier this morning regarding potential procurement delays affecting GRTA. So Jason called him yesterday and was concerned that there are only 3 buses within the paratransit pool. And so he unfortunately he was notified yesterday that the paratransit bus was going to be 30 to an hour, to a whole hour late. And it's still unclear how long that's going to happen. And so, just made some phone calls, emailed also the Attorney General. The Attorney General has responded, and he says that he is confirming if they have received any status, and they have a first in and first out system in place, absent of any emergency request. So, whatever information I get from anybody, to be honest, whether it's from GRTA or DPW or the Office of the Governor or the AG, I will share with you on that topic. Also, GDOE put out a release as well, paying over $18.5 million in ARP vendor invoices. It says here that they are proud to announce the successful disbursement of $18.5 million in ARPA vendor payments last week. A big chunk of it, $17.5 million, was directed towards resolving outstanding Quartet bills that had accumulated during the period when ARP funding was placed on hold. Additional vendors also received payments. There's a number of businesses that they paid out. These payments represent more than just clearing our books. They represent an investment back into the community. That's a statement from Superintendent Eric Swanson. Let me see, because I think there is an oversight hearing on GDOE. I did see it in the legislature's calendar at the event, 2 p.m., and I believe it started today at 2 p.m. Yep, it might be over already. I guess it didn't take too long. Senator Vince Borja has oversight over it, and it looks like it concluded in less than an hour. Recruitment and transition for GDOE superintendent, preparing for Superintendent Eric Swanson's departure on December 31st, review of search processes and selection criteria. What else we got? Discussion of transition planning and leadership continuity, and then update on the fiscal year 2025 finances. I started to be honest with you, I thought this was going to go at least until 4:30, anytime we're talking about GDOE and whatnot, right? Thinking it would last a lot longer. So we'll see where it goes. Unless it's just a technical difficulty, then nope, they did reach them. Okay, so that's something that I'm definitely going to be watching when I get out of here. And then at 4 p.m., we are transitioning to the 2-hour show, All in Tomorrow, presented by the University of Guam Tomorrow Studies Program. Ron LaGuardia is going to be hosting. And so that's what you can look forward to from 4 to 6. Otherwise, let me see here. I saw so more details came out. The magistrate's complaint on Arnicio Lucio, who has been arrested for aggravated murder and murder in the first degree, as well as manslaughter, right? So, of a minor, of a 15-year-old. So, it all stemmed from an argument with his brother. So, April Lucio saw Arnicio Lucio arguing with the dad. And he didn't like that, apparently. So let me just go with, on September 16th, at approximately 3 a.m., officers are conducting a suspect check in Jugo in reference to an aggravated assault investigation. When officers arrived, they met with a man who was identified as the father. While speaking with the father, officers observed a male individual peeking out from behind the couch within the house. Officers asked to have the male exit the residence, where he was verbally identified as Apris Lucio. Officers observed, there's a number of Lucios, so I'm just going to go with their first name. Apris had what appeared to be bloodstains on the white tank top shirt that he was wearing. The father stated to officers that his sons, Arnicio and Apris, got into an argument earlier, that Arnicio left the residence and has not come back since. Apris exited the home with officers and accompanied officers to the Delano Precinct Command. In that interview, it said that Apris got off from work on September 15th at approximately 4 p.m. and Apris purchased a 12-pack of Budweiser and began drinking outside his residence. While using the restroom in the house, Apris heard his brother Arnicio arguing with his father and not listening to the father and talking back to the father, which upset Apris. After using the restroom, Apris got into an argument with Arnicio. During the argument, Arnicio pushed Apris, which caused Arnicio to fall down and land on a futon. While Arnicio was down, Apris grabbed a heavy black ceramic plate and struck Arnicio's head with the plate. At this point, Arnicio began to bleed. Seeing this, Apris grabbed a blanket to try and stop the bleeding. Arnicio then got up and left the residence. And so when you go to the next magistrate's complaint, it talks about the incident that happened thereafter, after he left the house. Apparently, Arnicio grabbed a kitchen knife and walked toward the roadway yelling. Thereafter, he encountered 3 males as he approached and shuffled an individual in a black shirt, causing him to lose his balance and then mounting the individual and stabbing him once in the shoulder. He then got up and ran away, returning to a friend's house where he had been earlier that day, where he hid the knife and changed his clothes. When he was shuffling, he was shuffling with the knife. I just imagine the shuffling of that arm, right? Because when you look at what happened next, according to the magistrate's complaint, and the police officers, what they were saying, the minor, 15-year-old minor, was subsequently transported to GRMC, arriving at 11:01 on September 15th, so 11:01 at night, without a pulse. Following attempts of resuscitation, the victim was pronounced dead. An officer conducted a body check at 11:47 and observed a 2-inch parallel laceration on the outer left hand, from the index finger to the thumb, knuckle, and a 3-inch puncture wound on the left temple of the head, with red fluids that appeared to be blood, surrounding the wound with pink sponge-like matter, which appeared to resemble brain matter. No other injuries were observed. And so an officer responded to a radio call that a minor had been stabbed, proceeded to the scene of the incident, and Injigo encountered a witness who indicated that he had knowledge of the stabbing and that he had called for the ambulance. The witness informed him that he knew the other two boys were present at the time of the incident and escorted the officer to them. Both witnesses are minors. These witnesses reported that when they were returning with the minor that was stabbed, they were returning from a friend's house. They observed a man holding a kitchen knife in his hand, approximately 10 to 12 inches in length. The man appeared to be irate and intoxicated and was cussing in Tupi at them. He was not sure how to react and could not understand the reason for the man's behavior. The witnesses then observed the man's frustration become more aggressive, raising the knife above his head, and then lunged toward him. In fear of his life, the witness began running in the direction from where he came, and he observed another witness run past the minor who eventually was stabbed. The two of these witnesses collided and fell to the ground. He then observed the man run toward the minor with the initials F and stabbed him with the knife that he was holding. He then observed the man flee toward the west to an unknown location. After the man ran off, the two witnesses saw AF bleeding from his head and wrist and called for help. The witnesses arrived, and the other witness arrived shortly thereafter and called 911. One of the witnesses, identified as Witness 2, reported that while walking with Witness 1 and AF towards AF's residence, on the occasion in question, he observed a male individual who appeared upset and was holding a knife about 10 to 12 inches long. Also, witnessing that the man was cussing, the man then raised the knife, and he and Witness 1 and AF ran into the direction they were coming from. And he and AF collided and fell to the ground. So lying on the ground, he observed the man still holding the knife, standing near AF, and out of fear, that witness got up and ran away. And so that is the information that we got from both of those magistrates' complaints. The two brothers were fighting, got into an argument because one of the brothers was not listening to their dad, and the brother got mad. There was a scuffle, hit him with a plate. He left with a kitchen knife and was irate and went towards 3 minors. There was panic. Two people hit each other. They fell over. And this individual started shuffling a minor. And he's gone. This is extremely unfortunate. At this point, I just see, when you look at all of what was provided, I would say that I'm grateful to the officers that got all of that information, and we were able to understand better what happened in a timely manner, right? But that doesn't take away that we lost a kid. And I think all of that could have been avoided. It's a very unfortunate situation. My heart goes out to all the families involved. when I just think about everything that we're talking about, right, about, we are welcoming people, we should be uniting more, we should be collaborating more with everybody that calls Guam home so that these unfortunate situations just don't happen. They could not happen, right? 3:58 in the afternoon. Like I said, I'm going to get out of here and make some room for some young LeBlanc and our friends. And we're going to get ready for Autumn Phoenix tomorrow. And we have a very familiar face or voice.
Hello, everyone.
He didn't last very long over at that clinic. So, Wednesdays you usually have, you're usually like half day, right?
Right.
So, you're just helping out a sister.
Of course.
There you go. So, don't go anywhere. We've got Autumn Phoenix tomorrow coming up. And our very good friend of ours is going to be hanging out as well for the next 2 hours. So say hello to Issa. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't go anywhere. Autumn Phoenix tomorrow is coming up. And then tomorrow, of course, we got Mornings with Patty, rolling with Dice on a Thursday from 6 to 10. And then I'll be back for 4 hours with Reese to do another Brightside. Right here on the Talk of Guam, we are TGM FM in Digital Guam.
I'm Michael Costello. We will learn Wednesday afternoon what the Federal Reserve is planning to do with interest rates. CBS News Money Rights correspondent Sergio Grady looks at a potential rate cut.
If you are taking out a short-term loan, a quarter-point rate cut will influence that directly. It's also going to influence credit card interest rates. That being said, if you think about how high the average credit card interest rate is, you're often looking upwards of 25%. A quarter point probably only going to save you maybe a couple of bucks a month.
Callie Robinson now charged with aggravated murder in the assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk could face the death penalty. Correspondent Carter Evans reports on a new information revealed at Robinson's first court appearance.
Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray unveiled sweeping allegations of what happened after Charlie Kirk was assassinated on the campus of Utah Valley University last Wednesday.
The roommate received a text message from Robinson which said, "Drop what you're doing. Look under my keyboard." The roommate looked under the keyboard and found a note that stated, quote, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it."
Robinson briefly appeared via video from jail. President Trump is indicted for a couple of days of prank and policy. CBS's Nikki Barker is covering events at Windsor Castle.
How do locals and tourists feel about all this royal razzmatazz?
It's very exciting, isn't it? It's necessary. Let's put it like that. I think keeping it back is really what this is about.
Hopes are high here that this historic second state visit will yield tangible results for the British hosts.
Wednesday's events will include a flyby by British and American fighter jets and a state banquet at the Capitol. And speaking of jets, the Spirit Airlines Brookliner got a little too close to Air Force One as Trump was stoned to London.
Attention, Spirit 1300, turn 20 degrees right. Spirit 1300, turn 20 degrees right now. Spirit 1300, turn 20 degrees right immediately.
The audio from liveatc.com. The Spirit Airlines jet did not get close enough to present an immediate danger. The Department of Homeland Security is out in force in the Chicago area, as CBS's Camille Montano-Galvin reports.
Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago continues. We are told that hundreds of migrants have been arrested. They are suspected of being in the U.S. illegally, and in addition to that, they have pending criminal charges for convictions.
CBS News Chicago reports at least 2 Americans were among the 5 people arrested by ICE in an operation in Belgium on Tuesday. This is CBS News.
People Runway Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore, and every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do, but new management tried. No real comfort.
A new speaker look for a cooking music style.
It's a whole new jelly roll. Formerly plus-size country star has shown off his dramatic weight loss during a concert at Vatican City. The 40-year-old posted a photo of himself in a collar jacket, button-up top, and matching pants. The caption, "I can fit into Louis Vuitton now. Pray for my bank account." This figure he's lost 200 pounds or so. However, said he did it by prioritizing exercise and making healthier food choices. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Congress has recovered artifacts from the Titanic sister ship to Britannic for the first time since the ocean liner sank into the Aegean Sea more than a century ago. It struck a mine during World War I, and that's when it was used as a hospital ship. The artifacts recovered include the ship's bell and the portside navigation map. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Have wages caught up with prices? I'm Mark Hamrick with the Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. Even after years of strong pay increases, wages still haven't fully caught up with inflation. According to Bankrate's 2025 Wage to Inflation Index, prices have risen 22.7% since early 2021. Wages are up 21.5%, so that leaves a shortfall of 1.2 percentage points. This is progress compared to the worst of it. The gap peaked at nearly 5 points in 2022. Households are paying more than they're earning back still. Americans are noticing. Bankrate's Consumer Sentiment Survey finds more than half say the economy is on the wrong track. And one likely reason is their pay still hasn't fully recovered from the post-pandemic surge in prices. Is there good news? Perhaps. In industries like retail, healthcare, and hospitality, wages have outpaced inflation. But in areas including education, construction, and manufacturing, paychecks are still falling short. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
You're listening to Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside with a special segment every Wednesday here for Orantino Chamorro with Machado, Ron Laguardia, and David Herrera. Here, you can call us at 671-922-1051, or you can also text us on our WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. You can listen to us online on our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, the Wave 105.1 FM Guam. The Brightside is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar at Chili's. More life, great food, and memories happen here. GTA, we start with you. Shout out to our friends over at Michael Pack. Check them out at their location at the Micronesian Mall or in Tamuning. Shout out to Code School of Guam. Learn code and lead the island's first coding bootcamp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. Sherwin Williams, rain's coming fast. Are you ready? Defend your home with Sherwin Williams Loxton. Engineer for Guam's Dry to Wet Season Shift. Built tough and made to last. Protect formalities today and ask Sherwin Williams. Sentinel Security Solutions, Guam premier provider of professional security services. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for takeout at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, Deliver. At Subway, you go to refresh to be fresh. And before we start the show, I do have something from Paul sent to me. It's a presentation on Radiation Exposure Compensation Act this Saturday, September 20th at 3 p.m. at the Guam Museum Theater. Prize will be presenting information on how the people of Guam were exposed to nuclear fallout. Cancer survivors and families are encouraged to attend.
Today, everyone, engaged in the conversation, we're talking about the Guam of John and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Join everyone for time your time. Getting into the campaign on Late 105.
Now it's our time for your radio traffic report here on the Brightside. Let's see here, slow traffic on Route 8 in Barragata if you are heading to the intersection near the fire station. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Money if you are heading north or southbound to the intersections that lead to Route 30 or near the John F. Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 10 into Money if you're coming from Route 1 heading to the intersection in front of the Guam Airport. Slow traffic on Route 16 in Barragata Heights if you are heading to the intersection near the Guam Roving Tops. Slow traffic on Route 3 in Jodhpur if you are trying to make your way to the intersection on Route 1. Let's see here. I also got a text from the WhatsApp line saying that there's traffic at BCIC intersection affecting the northbound semi-truck broke down in the middle lane right at the traffic light. So be on the lookout for that and have your traffic advisory for the week. Construction activities will continue along Route 10 between the Route 4 intersection and plus the Route 42 intersection from September 30th to September 20th. Intermittent lane closures in both directions are expected during work hours, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Brought to you by Mobile Guam. Download their app today for exclusive field coupons. Visit guam.mobile.com. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, Wilson Collins. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Kansas Media, or any of our partners. As referred to by a clearly effective and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM. Let's turn the drama into the show.
kalkilo ni Minnesota, di mas kakalong di Korsongo, dahil mas kilo na nila sa Yahoo, puesto sa Maifuzo, para di Tehi, sa Pagkatendi, Ingenengi, Kultura, Lenguaje, Audi, Hammond, sa Italian Tumoro. Nilang sakto direkto din na sinustapan. Este wakitni, dihili ng Biblia, sa Nagandalago, ibang merong buwan.
Today, when I lose the money now, men na magod na ani para todo sa mga mga today na ako no. Sige pa gud na ora man ikong kanso gini sa programang Tanoro. Kasi wala na wala. Basta si Papa Pago manulog pa siya ng lulahin bahan. Si Dr. Victoria, si Tenito, Richard Palpovi, the Presidente, Dr. Hatale, the Galoo, Tom Sanzo. Wala na doon sa luluwan. Bang David ko naman ay dito, nagbusag yun ang nalahing gohan, Bang David yun para ito din sorry, announced para si Manila di 260 si September, Sabado para hindi na mo na kinariran sinalago, no? Sino? Ito daw na binay natin gamzong piso. Sino? Rich, ako pa, may people mas po na kasi na kinariran. Kala ko sa kanila, nagtirisati, kinira di Galileo Pilar, kita magkaya di dos piso gagang, tapos matutuli kinira di stars ay Taipei, Instituto matutuli ay 5 minutes later. Yung kanila di Galileo Palace, bulan naman nangalang sa bawat personally. So, of course, it's opportunity sa mga ng hotel, in lobby, 10% extra kumalo siya kwa avoid to hindi extra matutulong sa mga natin sa natin sa taxi. Benito sa taxi na bali late di, dahil ang delayed late, mga halin in mga lagot yan. Yan. Ako, ito, no, nakalangmalan ito na naugasto sa presidente sa espesyal ito na sinalago, no? Huwag po ito niya, may tipan po lagi ng niya,
Nato na sakot na punta sa Dr. si Don Pablo para summer season, Manila, South Coast, parang takamalang sa laki para scholarship na masiguro sa mag-uwan siya ng mga nasika. So, siguro, sige mo na, Manila, yan, mamalawin mo sa luta, tapos discuss malunong, mga gini kita nyo, pero na ito na itanaan ito na pinalago para nato dyan sa luta si Don Pablo. Ina mo na Don Pablo Memorial South Coast San Juan. Pamagpang lagi ng lalagwan na may kumbida ang ditodos, naman sa moro, ang timang sa moro. Naman malawan naman manalagiga, naman malago, kasi na tagiga mo na, kasi magun ng malago, mga kultural, kultural mo na.
Ito, hindi ko na, ako, para ako kita ni, ang ito, ito na kibit na rikoy, no? Para espesyal, ito na para programa, yun na sila, mga, no, malagat na maagasto si Sinodok, hindi tayo na, dito sa tikot, yun mo, kasi doon, parang hindi pa rin na sila.
hingga menilai jenis dana sudah jadi kaya jamagat kinalampot gimana masuk jenis na siya manggilikuhan po songsong inatutulong siya manang ciudadano po di Italia ito sa Maruta no ito na ilang programa siya rin na nalahingguhan na organisasyon especialmente para sa nangkapta ilinggahita sa Nicoturata gusto mga ilinggahita no pues ini na tatlo pasti gini presidente iwa tangan no sino presidente soy más por tangan por no es una ilinggahita sige mo na pansamology sa lenguahita sa pansamology siempre más palengguas ng sumali sa talaga medisipika na estudyante na Congress ito na justice na tanong la patutulong muna sinutra la hindi pa pala yun yung ito mananong esensyon bulan ng hobin man malago man manuno lo sang kita lagi sa ito sa manawag para hindi na panigda kasi pa magawang salva na sila tabalsi ipinansinya kung magsamulis niya klaro ba na ito hanggang manilog hindi ka naman sa matutunya di importante ya malik bulan maka manago manungo mas so ito linggahita na ikuturatan basta ulit ito di Barangay na manano festival di di agad sa mas na mankanalize man nataknya na ng baladora rin sa sa ginawa ito nakiro jadi hanggang tumalo sa yan na magkara kasi yun tama ba ko rin patutugin sige gabi gisa yan manipado para ibigay sa moro dad bulog yan ang nagsigagahan dyan ang banana sa emigi muna posisible ito ng programa dito minuno pili bandali gini kano sumatalo todo dahil nakaplo gini nagsisigito dahil nakaplo gini man-negotiate gini ng lalahing kampo kasi ba sa isangon mas gini manilulog ng lingog gini na sinod gini sa kanigi manilulog hunto din na network gini na kinalampin si sa nalago na nakibri
para waktu di Indonesia na tusi sa nakanta lingwarita. No malaga ta binatok tigil rich dos malaga pa sinakon sana mas put ampu pero mukhang register ko siya dan tumanano man register dan na sana makipag-friend isalila mo. Dapat sa Manila mandonito siya na sinela sa hindi man sinela na ito sabi ni Pablo hindi ko sa sinagos ko sinel sana lang para no.
Okay, 500 na panila pa first 500 finished, okay? First 500 finishes, mas hindi ka pinupa panila. Ang ganun malalim.
Sa kwanto pa na manihista. Gamamo gato na nakita man.
Dia 2050 di salah sa mami na pagmatug na sentro sa tunga na masnya lalu ni tumobit siya sa nasiguro na sila manoda ang parking lo pumatulay kaya di alasay dia ada yang un tanto 12 pesos o garden malaga do 5 para ang restaurant din 50 pesos sa 50 pesos Sila mano para i-Facebook Slam YMLG Guam dan GuamRunningClub.com sila register sila hanggang waktu di YMLG office or notice on mesa sila yung mga mayon yung copy dan sila dapat sana kung micronation mo na sa
Hindi masaba na kayo. Hindi masaba lang na minggu na kang gaji di mechanism mo ilayo card ko actually alam ni may gaji di na tudang din sita dito na at register ni hindi malata mo register on website Guam running nadanya Guam running nadanya .com kulihat tapi kami no website dito alamat register timakat orang makan register kalau terasa no person na personal idamu ani kamu ni eza na personal pe of course sila dapat kung sa ya
Lo manilo kana no na peso paga na manunuko 12 pesos larang palago pa kaya peso 15 pa Jangan manukan tempo, 20 pesos. Karena nalaman na barato para vamos, no te conviene da bonito sila punto manilo panyaw na register na ang gagawin sila opportunity para pasanin mo na sila isamuro. Talo mo sa likod.
Una lang ang na sintos maso para yung pala jadi manager si staff dilo Ako ka dito sa nagmamalingwahan dito na programa sa yung kubida todo sa organisasyon na manmalago manalo sa matupan da na pameta ko ni sa mulo.
Ano do para na naga gabi ano. Kalau magugudayo na pero sana na gasto na kilogram. Hanggang sa Manilo. Tingnan kami area higasti kumalamputin mo na programa sa Moro di Departamento de Educación. Kasi yun, lengthy mo, pura pa siya, patusogi, patunazal na silingwarita.
Bago na kami, instituto di sa Moro. Todo el distrito, sabi ang biba, todo hindi man mananagay ko ng Moro pa mo. Dahil todo sa sana na pupunta todo kinalang sa Moro sa pagod na Simona. Simona sila sila sa alin sa Moro. So, todo yung gradon 2, todo yung gradon 5, escola Carlo, dahil exam sumusulit sa Moro, escola Kilo para umakyat. Sige, iminasyon, kami saktan, sige, saktan yung kamagoon, siyempre, para balang report ito ng information, iparuan sila ito po. Sa aman ng kampo, descriptive ka sa amin, isipin na kamagoon, nabutungo ng university, na saksarin niya pinanamamang ni Pagkakabibay sa Moro, sige, ng Santina, sinasabi ko sa kanya, kanya mga mga
Ito Ngayon ka na, sinag-vlog sinag-vlog ba? Gana ba doon pa? Like mo ispinsulan sa mo. Ano dito pa ako ma-implementado ko para ma-tagi sa magulang di sinanan at di manggi at tinigi na banda. Sa meganya, yung tiwa na iluhin na kita magmantad ay karang simunanahon itulog. Mas mo, tinigi na banda ko siguro sangan mo tanong para ma-implementado ng nakasintado. Para masama na. Jadi po akan nahat para ma-fighting question. Bukan ba? Dia tinigi, no? Kalau mau gini kan nalilung ginawa di publiko da hindi mga matakilo sa estilo komunikasyon no malignya di para ateno sa magun sa ang ito man nampo di mamalasan man sige man konversasyon bagay masti ora patakan mangga kalan na ventilet na yung talaga siga tunatungan na sa kamara. Kasi pagkipuno na ito naman, no? Pwede alay man masanang baba na yun ang tatawag sa maganta, no? Patakot ko mo, manot siya, no? Sinag agri, takot mo, ang ginasa ilusot to, takot mo, manot para gako talaga sa kanalam mo, ipinanabi na may hapatan na matira, no? Ang tensura pa na matulog siya doon. Kasi ako na, hindi manilo, sige siya, manilo nila ng malahing gawin. Sino presidente sa kada magpura sa sino na hamasama sino ang salam gawa na ba no departamento ng complemento comissão civil sa Maulo ng departamento na edukasyon edukasyon sa Maulo ng universidad ang universidad sa Maulo sa hindi siya no máximo student na makikitulay ka 80 años naman masanami ang pinagili. Jadi tahu dihinta di tekuni bahasa Filipino Samolo. Jadi dia sina may tasir mas gini di Samolo. Anak kalau tanagdan gini ni presidente. Senyor Rex, kuno lang senyor tawala ka daw ng sabat. Enggak kasi. Pero bumal ko lang agad dahil napakato doon ng bit tomorrow daw to the ako daw to the Samolo. Mga nagamita Gusto ko anis manawag at manawag at bigyan ang kadawag sa bakit kasi ito naman mamamaw. Pagkakit sa bakit tomorrow. Ito nga at bakit high school. Ito mami talo, nalako ito ni tomorrow na wala pa na damo number 1 students and taking sign up. Ako sabi ko kasi tomorrow pagong ka. Basta ang sige magkasakit managit mo. Ano mamalasay na? Nanay. Hindi mo gambo na malikan magkasimagit tomorrow. Dan kita kan inggris. Nah, dapat mana mo? Kalau dia malah sedih sampai itu kita lakukan dan itu lebih good. Karena juga sedih dua mengambil bola menabat dan kemudiannya bola sama si Kenten na wego sama si Gesmith sama orang yang waktu ano bola sila jadi hintan bago na nanti tama mas nalamad gani ko bola
Dowley may general the Rains and Torito Biloficial and todo lo que dice una normalidad de Chamorro y comisión universidad lo usamos que nos permite en el nombre de la
Denmark, Guam,
na programa. Wala gatod tuition. Ika, agad.
Transfer funds over McDonald's. Bring on the fall flavors at McDonald's Guam. Treat yourself to the pumpkin and green pie, pumpkin spice latte, or pumpkin iced coffee. Hurry in only for a limited time at McDonald's. And now for the national news.
I'm Vicki Barker outside Windsor Castle, where King Charles and Queen Camilla are about to greet President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump on this unprecedented second state visit by an American head of state. And what kind of welcome would the Trumps get outside the castle gates?
I really like it. Good thanks again, isn't it?
I'm Vicki Barker outside Windsor Castle, now with more CBS News. Here's Michael Testano.
Prosecutors revealed in court Tuesday that in hours after political activist Charlie Kirk was shot to death at Utah Valley University, Tyler Robinson, now federally charged with aggravated murder, was allegedly gifting when his ruined. Correspondent Colin Evans.
Court documents included a series of text messages where Robinson seemed to confess.
Roommate, you were the one who did it, right? Robinson, I'm sorry. Roommate, why? Robinson, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated enough. If I'm able to grab my rifle and flee, I will have left no evidence.
The alleged murder weapon was found in a wooded area near campus.
Prosecutors have taken the death penalty. The Federal Reserve policy meeting wraps up Wednesday afternoon with an announcement expected on interest rates. CBS Money Watch correspondent Ken O'Grady is interested in the long-range outlook.
We're expecting the rate cut, but we're also going to hear from the Fed their projections for how many interest rate cuts they expect for the rest of the year. There's 2 more meetings that they will hold before the end of 2025. And how many interest rate cuts they're expecting for 2026.
Susan Menard, the fired former director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, is set to testify before the Senate Health Committee Wednesday. Correspondent Nicole Killian reports she's expected to say she's worried there are plans underway to limit vaccines for children.
This directly counters Secretary Kennedy, who called her untrustworthy during a hearing earlier this month. She will tell the Senate Health Committee that she believes she was fired because she did not pre-approve the recommendations for a newly reconstituted vaccine advisory panel and for a career scientist at the agency.
Robert Redford has died at the age of 89 at home in Utah, one of the biggest stars of his generation and an Academy Award winner for both acting and directing.
What's the matter with you? I can't swim!
Barbara Streisand called him one of the finest actors ever in a social media tribute, who co-starred in 1973's The Way We Were. This is CBS News. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today. If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. Incorporated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping you put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS action. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Are you a social butterfly? Well, maybe you're actually more like a bee.
Just like some humans are highly social and others are happier left alone. The same can be said about bees. Study author Ian Trinello is a Princeton University Louis Ziegler scholar.
You never anticipate finding specific relationships between the molecular biology of an animal and the behavioral traits that it displays.
But they did. It's like they found that honeybees and humans share genetic markers associated with social behavior.
That is an immense constellation of smaller traits and one's ability to physically, mentally coordinate oneself and engage in those sorts of relationships.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
A single named storm has formed in the Atlantic Ocean in nearly 3 weeks, even though it's the peak of hurricane season. This is only the second time that no named storms have formed during the BC's water record-keeping began in 1950. Uncle Toscano, CBS News.
Right, that's how for your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Let's see here, slow traffic on Route 1 in Saline. If you are heading northbound to the intersection, that leads to Route 10A or near the John F. Kennedy High School. Heavy traffic on Route 3 in Jeddah if you're trying to make your way to the intersection on Route 1. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Jeddah if you're heading northbound to the intersection. That leads to Route 26 with Dixie Avenue. And now for your traffic advisory, the DPW EMC crew will be performing the following highway maintenance activities between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Monday to Friday, weather permitting. Let's see here, let's take a look at the locations. Now, the gas cutting on Route 1 Marine Corps Drive in the Botnia, gas cutting Route 13 town San Antonio from the RTC intersection. So at the bus stop, Felix Bartolo, Juarez and Moria Circle, gas cutting and side cutting along Route 4 near Turtle Cliff and Botnia, the DPW off notice. So please proceed with caution and remain alert for traffic control signs and work crews. And that is your radio traffic report brought to you by Novo. Download the app today for exclusive coupons. Visit guam.novo.com for details.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, Justin Collins. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff of American Crew, World 105 FM, and media or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to World 105 FM for Sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Wala naman ako na manigupo eh. Hindi na kung nalahin ako. Naman siya, pinalago, hindi na muna, Ben Pablo, na pinalago para FPD 27 disable. Ito nga, nang hindi ginasiya padalantan niya sa dyan ng pinalago. Para sinipot mo na iprograman sa moro. Di Universidad ng Guam, dan di todo pangahita, todo di manatong tamo. Nagdaan na sila ng naikinagot para sinuntang Carla Michelle Luis San Nicolas. Nang sa dito dia nagkaktig ko po di ba kalampung, di ba kalampagong, ito di abot ko ay agad pa na. Sa parang huli di matay, di yan yun, di Oktubre, dapat di kapitan di Maria Gahan, di ka talag, di ba naman mo na pa. Sa di wala na spot ko, estay na sa dia, medo di ikan. Sa parang lima, rasa di sa memoria, di wala na spot ko, di ikan. Pero ako di, mamay pa, hindi pa na ba. Na maayong na tayo kung namin na hong na-action. Dahil sa gagimana yun. Kasi nga na panalo. Sabi na tapos yung programata, sige segundo na kabatero, hindi yung programata sa boro. Lari kita tapos sa salita, si Halo, si Masto David Herrera. Salutan! Saludo para Halo.
Saludo para Pogi, Pagkakon, 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 dan ada diferensi pemain. Todo yang dilakukan itu ini mana? Presiden Pak Bilang dan laksana kemana? Dapat presiden itu mahu dari itu kembali kita itu no. Kalau ini bertiket di sana, pasti tablet tadi lagi sudah membantu ya kita sudah pasti salah kita yang dalam itu semua.
Ya, bagus. Pagka, hanggang, manunod, para kontinua, para nakakagulang, yung punto pa rin, para kontinua. Hanggang, hindi ko rin, ang pagkakabaluhan ko, nag-ibagtak kilo na asunto. Sina ta, diskuti pa pa rin.
Primero din, national guard na, may parang sustaining ito pa ng nakikisili na 232 na hektare, magiging malaki. Terus kadang menangis mengkatak si Jono naik kuis no, kalau perlu standing aja perlu tuh ya, siapa yang kadang bahan yang pengen mas perlu lagi no, aku pengen berarti kembali hari nak pengentas nak, kedua yang tenisi semuanya itu dulu masuk mana nak perlu masuk ini mana. Di masa di materi kalau beliau 242 setiap tahun dan menggunakan itu setelah itu nasional. Karena itu sudah jadi banyak duit kan, memang ini sangatnya karena itu sudah unik dari 200 Nah, untuk berlaku namun itu tidak mengganggu, tidak berlaksana. Pasal lagi yang kesusuk lagi laku nasional itu betul engineer semua kalau nak apa, yang siap lah pasal ni juga. Pagi dan malam untuk kabut di total tahun dan maksudnya dengan masyarakat ini. Knowledge kalau masih pengen naik si dulu dong, apa masih aku mesti sebenarnya kalau kita pandangnya di mana itu tahun di mana aku dan di mana teman-teman yang perlu teman-teman itu menyampaikannya itu sampai itu berarti dari memahami ini mana tahu yang berapa ya apa tak tahu. Paraguay, mismo Paraguay, itu na Paraguay, simenteta.
mismo hamo hatos lengguhan ikinutloon sa gawa ko lengguhan Imagine tanong manihinat na dueños kaya maganda pagke na pagkasustinig na pamantinig gusto ka na tanong man sa moros sa grabe ganito pagke na para no ito papa para manto sa bangkulo ito para ito na punto wadama ko Kaya na pala taglindo, siya na klaseng plano na ukit, yentis na tawag para upang gawin para mamudong hindi sinatawag itanong na may nasa, di siya sisi na tawag, so hagis man lang niya, nagtatapas, pero para ko, dito na manunod agong tubig manggugunggan para Taga kita kakanda iman manunuta juga ada. No ipatao para upan utak na manggiraw na. Malingnya para gawa da bakal betul sa. Dahil mo gamit kasi kami ko no. Ano yang bersahaja semestinya, lalu dengan bertanya ke panalo, dengan panalo itu cinta usia yang semestinya, importante yang akan tanya dokter itu tentang dan agar kita dapat menganggap itu dulu, dan tuh yang kita ni tahu tanya, jadi nak mesti dan no, sebut respon, kerana respon, dapat mengaksanakan untuk Plus dia meja dia tahu Guam masih ni dia tak apa. Tapi dia dah resmi dan lepas dia orang ini dia kunton semua dia tentu tak dalam terus tadi dia mana salah ujung dia kena semua mulut mulut itu Kailan tayo hindi yung pumangalaman na naglantaran ni ulit tayo sila taksa at nagiging sa gandang kanali. No? Actually, talaga sa katotsi area. Katotsi area. May pamilyan na kapita na ba din. Matupot pa rin ba tayo kasi sa amin Lord, ano pa, basta may mga stoktan. Militar na yun, mga gato yung gobernamentong Guam. Jadi, paano na tukumpende na memang tektomihan na gobernamentong Guam. Jadi, dito yung mga Guam nilibre. Kung manalo, mo yung pamilya. Sa kipareho na yung sa pamilya, para tulog inapatano, gano'n siya manakot na yung katigan. Dalam makhluk, kalau nak tahu, kalau ibu nama kita dimanjekkan awak. Biasanya datang ada gimana tahu? Ini saya mana tahu saya soal itu. Dan ini tapi dimanjekkan lah. Dan tahu para orang mengahat living saya dan living saya dan bangun ni drone, pesi baginya di sana gimana? Gimana di Padawan na baru na banda nakapag pa rin pues ipadaw na nakasin sa pabuti sa militar juga kanya nanggagawa kita na militar pero mula pa rin binantakan ni gobernamento ng Guam daw naramon daw kan mata ng pagtata daw kan mananalo tapi tanong niya. Pero siya na nagahan apas para bukan ang teman-teman sa apa na nakikituloy ba ito hindi na mangilang na banda ang respetar na tanong lagi para makundonan gusto naman din ang tanong na ito ni Lolo na yung figurata ng mga din kaya humog na pala ito mismo ha diba nagtungahan para sa mga din kaya na bonito ng nasulsitan. Kasi ba, sila magpapagawa mo ba yung ayos na pamilya ng magagigis na? Yung gagig yan, nagagig yung lipat ko namin na nagpapagawa
nó còn lắm một món đi cái nốt nữa
nó có loại chứ
cái nốt nữa đấy còn cái lần mà ăn cái
đấy luôn có thấy cái là một cái cái ông cái quan mình nó về như mình đi mang cái nó mới xuống được cái thứ mà là cái mấy là cần đặt vào đây biết hết gì đâu mà không biết nó mới về nữa mà là cái là nó ra cũng đi được mua hết nó nhá vậy tàu kia mình biết chứ
thì tàu cái người
bằng cái nó có mình cái lâu đấy
nhưng mà còn phải đi tập luyện cái chuyện đó rồi cái bộ nữa rồi cả đi lo mình còn đi lo mình có cái mọi cái đúng là mình cần đi được và nó còn là việc cái gì vui mà cái đó phải là cái teman mampu tak dikotak kilo tak dikotak tak kilo no
tak kamu begini no
karena tanda di mana itu menjadi atau tanda menjual tanda membuat
akan hal tentang pasung dan no bangsa karena jadi man bisa kerja dengan betul
karena waktu ini tahun ini kalau saya utama itu lagi Malaysia di 232
sangat baru kan juga dulu
dia tahu beribadah mudah-mudahan pagi yang tahu perambahan lalu perubahan sultan itu gini importante kita karena ini mana itu ini mungkin tahu no kalau dia ini yang bukan dengan yang dulu kalau tahu hay ibu mana tahu
kalah và anh biết bây giờ mình số nó nhớ là cái panorama di Jakarta lo di Parahamnya atau mata itu ini hari cuma ada itu juga menjadi di Jakarta pada urusan bunga pasti nanti maksudnya menyulih tanam berarti kan di publiku bulan dia pada juga bulan tahun gitu mereka mana sedih no saya juga karena aku juga kerja lalalaya aku waktu akan berkarya di mana ni kalau udah ni kan udah betul lagi nak sedih no saya padahal itu ni malah begini lah aku kira kan akal kita son malah paling bagus tu kata ada ni kalau kata Ganang dulu ke tanah palokan itu di Cilita dulu. Tabot pasal di tanah yang luang. Jadi saya
dia punya
dalam kamu.
Mostly,
Kasih dia.
okay, mana terkendala tentang muzik tentang good, bisa timin saya pada satu timan damai mana ini itu digital basta tahu itu ini kalau tadi ini kita gombo pada semua kota lawilo ke akan pasti kita sama itu business betul kita tahu homestay masyarakat masih pasti jujur kalau nak push dia gini bisa beli pizza atau macam ini kita mesti itu mau siapa ini tadi namun dia kalau dana berapa training bertahun-tahun kalau naman nila masih bakal naguna apa siya tudo kalau naman ko kalau lang stis waktu hukuka doon sama kita mo pamani jatuh
bahit itu
Jangan
Kaya sila man kung dito naman matus. Ito pa mo na dati na sa panahon ko sa hinig dito pa. Esta na sa gobetra pa putta wall down ito man mapupular halo.
dan perlu nabalan itu
Di pa ni balatalo posinan at napanlala di kanota o yung dos nilo. Kingston, tayo lang. Ano pa lang po sa kamasin, tuloy sa tuloy. Ni ako pa pa ito, yun lang, bali sila tayo, sabi na palugi, lang na pamasin. Kasi lang natin, sa gigan, lang na parang yung gusto. Ano sa figan, agas palugi, lahat ng uniform dyan, no, mabigat po sa ginilidyon. Pagay nung na-crossfire, sa napito, mandag na silong na lego, pamamig ako yung sa transfera ng ngayon, pamamig ko pa kung na yung ang pasigwa na yung tama mo push, ito lang na-displacement, extended. Kasi ang ito, mo, protecting the continent of the United States against enemies that are discarded. And what came across in the Jew pandi, na kung sinata na 60 ko rin ito na 60 lang ito ko rin. Ano ba? One more smoke to your body fighting machine, the war of the machine. What are you doing for me? Pride, man. And this word you do to us is the anti-Gila Pinota, anti-Unknown. I'm more American than American show, drive stop. The American machine man, 34, 14, 17, 16, 27. Now, back here, from here, now it's 1,000. You have to learn that it's to get to the need to do any. Sana hagas na natin tayo siya, dahil nasunyan na, dahil stupid ng banda, dahil pa tatisab na din na matatilig. Ako na matagalan din ko ito. Alam, sabi, laglang siya tayo Nakuha sa daman sa sangwa, gano, sa nabindi, lala, sa pamalit dako. Hindi, gana ba na nila, hindi PT, HD, PT, left, left.
Ano ka ba? Estaba aquí ahora salió la otra para
Panugi sa mga hasta sa tikda, ang tinagta sa pagi.
Seguimos más adelante, estamos ahora, ¿vale? ¿Cómo cambió de KGU?
The talk of Guam is Wind 105
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Vicki Blocker outside Windsor Castle, where Queen Charles and Queen Camilla are about to greet President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump on this unprecedented second state visit by an American head of state. And what kind of welcome with the Trumps put outside the castle gates?
I really like him. He's good together, isn't he? And he's a little money for one man, isn't he?
I'm Vicki Barker outside Windsor Castle, now with more CBS News. Here's Michael Toscano.
Prosecutors revealed in court Tuesday that in the hours after political activist Troy Kirk was shot to death at Utah Valley University, Kyle Robinson, now formally charged with aggravated murder, was allegedly texting with his roommate. Correspondent Carter Evans.
Court documents included a series of text messages where Robinson seemed to confess.
Roommate, you weren't the one who did it, right? Robinson, I'm sorry. Roommate, why? Robinson, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle and see, I will have left no evidence.
The alleged murder weapon was found in a wooded area near campus.
Prosecutors also viewed the death penalty. A Federal Reserve policy meeting wraps up Wednesday afternoon with an announcement expected on interest rates. CBS Money Watch correspondent Julie O'Grady is interested in the long-range outlook.
We're expecting the rate cut, but we're also going to hear from the Fed their projections for how many interest rate cuts they expect for the rest of the year. There's 2 more meetings that they will hold before the end of 2025. And how many interest rate cuts we're expecting for 2026?
Susan Manalas, who fired former director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, is set to testify before the Senate Health Committee Wednesday. Correspondent Nicole Killian reports is expected to say she's worried there are plans underway to limit vaccines for children.
Now has directly charged Secretary Kennedy, who felt her untrustworthy during a hearing earlier this month. She will tell the Senate Health Committee that she believes she was fired because she did not pre-approve the recommendations for a newly reconstituted vaccine advisory panel and fired career scientists at the agency.
Robert Redford has died at the age of 89 at home in Utah, one of the biggest stars of his generation and an Academy Award winner for both acting and directing.
What's the matter with you? I can't swim!
Barbara Streisand called him one of the finest actors ever in a social media tribute. He co-starred in 1973's The Way We Win. This is CBS News. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today. If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggle with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. Incorporated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt to their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Are you a social butterfly? Well, maybe you're something more like a bee.
That's right. Some humans are highly social and others are happier left alone. The same can be said about bees. Study author Ian Sonora was a Princeton University Lewis Nicholas Scholar.
We never anticipate finding specific relationships between the molecular biology of an animal and the behavioral traits that it displays.
But they did. He says they found that honeybees and humans share genetic markers associated with social behavior.
That is a immense constellation of smaller traits and one's ability to physically, mentally coordinate oneself and engage in those sorts of relationships.
Speaking of CBS News.
Not a single named storm has formed in the Atlantic Ocean in nearly 3 weeks, even though it's the peak of hurricane season. This is the only second time that no named storms have formed during the peak since modern record keeping began in 1950. Michael Costello, CBS News.
Returning for Wave 105.1 FM on the Brightside, there was a special segment everyone is grateful for. More Ray Mattel, Ronald Dania, Fantasy, David Herrera here. You can call us at 671-922-1051 or 2. You can also send us a text on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. You can listen to us online on our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave105.1 FM Guam. Shout out to our sponsors over at Chili's Grill and Bar. Actually, some more life, great food, and memories happen here. VGA, we start with you. Shout out to our friends over at Micropass. Check them out at their locations at the Micronesia Mall or in Sunlining. Shout out to Coast School of Guam, Land Code, and Lead Island's first coding boot camp. Your future inside begins with us at Coast School of Guam. Sentinel Security Solutions, delivering operational excellence and detective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. Sherwin-Williams, rain's coming fast. Are you ready? Sell your roof with Sherwin-Williams silicone roofing. Engineered for Guam's toughest weather. From blazing sun to pouring rain, protect your matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go, We Deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Roswell Animal Hospital, the Go Go Support Local campaign is proudly sponsored by Roswell Animal Hospital, where we treat your pets like the value family members they are. Roswell, the wise choice in animal care. Now it's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Let's take a look here. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Seminole if you're heading north or southbound to the intersections. That leads to Route 30. Near the John F. Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 13 in Seminole if you're trying to make your way to the intersection on Route 1 Marine Corps Drive. Heavy traffic on Route 10 in Seminole if you're coming from Route 1 heading to the intersection in front of the Guam Airport. Slow traffic on Route 1 after Piedmont if you're heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 16. Heavy traffic on Route 3 in Dorado. This is if you are heading to the intersection that leads to Upper High School. As well, continuing on if you're trying to make your way to the intersection on Route 1, Marine Corps Drive, and now for your traffic advisory. For the week, the DPW contractor will be fast cutting at the following locations between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., weather permitting. Let's see here, today is Wednesday, September 17th through Thursday, September 18th on Route 13 Manila, and also in the Judo. Thursday, September 19th to Friday, September 20th, Route 10, Paragon, Manila, Challenge, Pago. The DPW asks motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for traffic control signs and work crews. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside, brought to you by Noble. Download the app today for exclusive field coupons. Visit guam.mobile.com for details. Also, brought to you by Guam Auto Spa. Schedule test drive today at Guam Auto Spa by calling 470 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospa.com. Guam Auto Spa 470 Auto. These are also to them for sponsoring the 4 o'clock rush hour. And that is your radio traffic report here on the Brightside. Here's an opinion expressed in this show on that other show host, Justin Flores. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of stock management of Wave 105 FM, Memphis Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM and Surrounding Ground. Enjoy the show.
Jadi tak pergi ke mata, zaman orang semua, jenazah ini lahirkan, ketulasan, dan terus bisa berjaya. Zaman itu, layan ini, dengan niat teman-teman tahu. Mungkin para tujuh cepat, si Alam, si Adlan, si Ibu, si Neni Joy, dan si kami bawa Abdul, si Iman, si Ilan, si Alex, Liam, Heidi, Bo, Dakota, dan si Joe. Nawa makita mo sa muda ini. Nanggasan sa kanang hujung kapalit ko pang Ruben, dan si Francis, Gidautan. Ang pangganyan si Paul Hilbert ang mo gano'n si Gana. Sabay. Nake, parang. Nagdi, sinita na ulo, whisky. Diyan lang si Bobby. Ano man yung tolok kini man ito. Chopper! Si Brian dan si Sean. Hanggang sa si Van, si Ellie, si Victor, si Ron, dan si Jessica, si Yahoo. Mariluhur, Mariluhur Ganger, si Raman Samari, dan si Laura Lavonia, dan si David Maria, nakabugan. Sihon. Ang interesado po ito, nalagagod para pagtutik po pa po. Halaga na halay. Yan pinalaman. Maybe there's doors. Pero siyempre, pero sila, dog. Kasi na ito na. Dan sentaga na. Ay, kalang bonito, ano, no, sa minusyonit, ano tayo sa taga na manilito. Di, nagmalahigaan, ang diskuto po din, ginawa na nakinalaw para kan mas plastic para manang kantar dan sa nilahita dan kultura. Lo continúa por eso, continúa así con total, sí. Ano na plano, no, lilista, no, ni natutsunod para manana ka para uga. Sina webis na para manulutak, no, wag tinatawag, no. Hindi ka pa naman para mangungkat ito, no, na para masusedi. Kala na gabi din kinahangtan. Sinatawag mo, ano mo na para basta gano'n na para, gusto ko.
Ang ganda pa ng malik sa electric na mga kasi mo ginagawa. Bangat na itulos, no? Bangat na lagang natin bukan na kinilisod gano'n militar sa nung nilik na na sila people sa banda na sila memorya sa training, no? Sila, pagsudo ang nangyaytusip at kasama ng magangkin. No? Kata na ang ata ni pinalaman na kala 800 na leso.
Para apa na napagalihin ka ng suni, ano para galpang baluan. Hindi mo kaya gaduan ang baluan.
Sambil bahando, pagkakamit sa ilumat sa gulungan, no? Sa pagsudahin. Pagkakal ng pagkakal, no? Manapagpapag ano na son na baha kinagpapag balik ang pagkakal, no?
Especially para sa taloy babi si tata, no? Wala dugo para sa mapal ito yung tata. Pagkakal ni abang sa nagwado, hindi na nabikuta mo tahong kanina na sa mga kanto, kita po dan sinat kaya napapero lokli mo. Bisa sa naon hanap mo pwesto gato pisa gato gias ano ka sa sige sila
doon ka buga
ano ko para ako sila gagaw
Buenas, Gaigyo, mga gagaw.
Ang gagaw naman na ba?
Tuliya na daw po dito sa Sanito.
Ito ba?
Lumod, mga nagkasamto po sena. Sa Guam, naulong kasi antes na tempo, makikit sila ka na nandito na lugar.
Hino?
Dapat mauna na yung slide look.
Malam
na po matilagay sa nakikilig look.
ako na sila medikal tayo
dapat tantangnya no magangnya bueno gitu no lagi natura claro no gitu no tamoro kana nabot
Puno si
Senyor Dave ko apa di sini Ganun na ekonomo sumaya di sa tumo apa di army baha doctrina baga mo military decision making process malinig na baha no makikikumplo na pago zona lieutenant siya dan apa di maaga niya kamaga siya na no hanaw na istigit mga doon na they told me okay tagi por ejemplo I want a training facility pues ayos si pero en muka si pero adjuta no basta disita stress at mass pero English course of action pues my other course of action number 1 or course of action A course of action B course of action C pues cada course of action ano, doon pro and con.
Kami nang nagmaganda.
Ikaw ma-report ito di informasyon dato manay na presensya bato di general. Pues, ay iti para ulua na course of action. Pwede ang esta maata na doon na tamo na ipapa malaso sa madisibista o sige malagota. No, siya patitigin ni doctrina. The military doctrine na yung decision-making process. Nisita yung alternate course of action. Sa identity niya na ipapa sa abadyo ilig na EPA na muna sa mampus disclosure siyempre. Pues nisita yung otro na klaseng na course of action pues maulit na, fenomo sumayo dito sa pohasudo na mas pues sige na yung napunto fenomo may etong apat na pasasangan din ni radio. Nisita yung fenomo go back to the drawing board. Daw na-require mas informasyon than mas posible mas iya otro siya na impenyo kay manos niya mag-complete yung mission. Sige na pinili na stay mo dun na está para o gualay para o magsasila ka pasti kada decision making process kada public hearing kada pues ano itilelo ko na legislatura David yung 3 possible courses of action imilitar sige doctrina niya
doctrina bukan doctrina pala niyo
doctrine
Pagkakawit segundo na nililapro, no? Gusto nang banda
military doctrine na decision-making process, military decision-making process. Nisita nag-i-trip na course of action English happen pues course of action ulot ay hagas weight track pues mina trip course of action usa talo abdi maagan Northwest Field Sabaw yung guard sa kamulo Northwest Field si Mr. Starry doon newly doon doon lagi sa todo tempo yung training na yung boys daan managan magigya todo ang sobra na ng kano pues doon ko todo yung sa
Pinipingan.
Yeah, abad yung mga masyama ng rato bulat doon
Dami na juga na pula. Diyan na doon na nagkakero na siya doon ng magpula.
Enggak, lo itu nak bulat doon dulu lo bisita sa dulu apa sih binado sa dunia itu quick.
Abu kau ini unasi nasa kaki dandan. Kasi ano na parang kasi kita pumapagod di awin doon na so kasama malusot sa landangan pero pumabilis ka bato sa dandan o magkunduna sa kanara makunduna no so dandan
Jangan na pala na.
Kung kasi poli lo stop pa behaga ngalo na poli lo ako dun kinanyo lo este todo yung kumbalansi ng pago kalan no pagpulesti build up ito haso pa estudio ni historia sa giningwaha no stapa no lamigay na fasilidad ginigita Guam po sa in the 1990s Marines, no? Reduction. They brought brace closure realignment. Ito bakawi taw-taw ko hasta nano like naya 20 años no salir sempre mabida sa tapos
masih di kamu tak boleh kamu dulu nak persona gitu. Manannya pada kan teman-teman. Kata ada kan nungka tahu mantannya. Balik kena dikena aku tahu lebunan yang selama. Terus masih kena kan.
Decision making process MDMP.
Percaya deh itu semua orang itu masih di negara sana. Masih begitu. Karena halun tahu mesti lahir loh. Jadi sino tahu konsegi sino. Enggak tahu. Tapi kan
Kasi dalo ko na napalapa siya may kandema.
Ini perlu.
Ay, bay, kung rock na, si bay, sa nga na, si tao ni manito mo, na. Hindi mo balik yung mukha small na bay sabi.
Malik.
Okay, in 1995, na, animusin ito small land trust, na, nag-strategy nito kan, okay, manaklayo na, tao sa, kasi sa mga gano'n na, sikop na kayo sa loo, right?
Oo.
Pero bay paksi na, manaklayo, din, sa kago, si mananayo, na, isa liman aga mo, si, kanang di maksi, manago mo, ako masih pwede. At namin na Mr. Paris, at lasting sistema. Bago, itong na ikipaw ka kung mutukan manay, tao na ito, kita ko wasa, di pangalamu, di antis, kung masuli, di minita, kung magaito.
Enggak nanto na magagawa. Berikan malabas. Enggak kasi mo.
More land trust. So, balik sila na palaw si Lydia.
Enggak.
Man, susisip Lydia, gusto mo, ni Samoro. Kasi sa nga mo yun, todo na kumensan ni Hapit sa ni Samoro, man, ilandima, ni militar, man naman si. Kasi maano mo na, Mr. Perez, is yun, so, si Tapamo, Tapa, gusto mo. Si Tatao, si Biuna. Kung bakit kapag ipagawahan, i-18 something, kailangan tutungo na, okay. Sige, i-family tree ko sa nayo na ipalahan. I-family tree ni Terry's, like, sige, sa ikano, namagaya si Biho, itanong naman, kandema ni Melita, in 1947. Okay?
Yeah.
Department survey, not by district court and suing judgment. And in a suing judgment, night, the suing market. Sige, kumalingin ay kubaha siya no, pamilamu man magsulit ano. Kasi ni Mano na para district court, third floor, para nito malipot.
Okay.
Patuloy daw sulit in Pano na judgment. Kasi nga like, Samoruta na masulit na ni Melissa, si Guam na. Kasi mami series na, ano said, Mr. Panomami is a season ni Radio Barrigada. So, nagap naman magkundema ni Melissa sa kapalangan ng namin ng Pesuha para square meter. Pesuha na kumutunsuli doon ay magkundema. So, sa akin ng salsa yung maampus masubi na naman sila. Make kay salsa si Guahan, Paris, make kay na pamilyang Guahan, man masubi sa niya para pumanasubi, ihagap na isalal, sa tadak, ipamapasi, tabi. Ito sa implementation ni Hey, para na diwan kung sakdaka na itaw-taw paano na. Kasi paano na, may kaisi na, hando na, imalik bilang minidyo. Kumakul na problema. Kumakul. Kung esta paano ni, at na sa magkupanmanay, National Guard, ito tayo man, sa video man gatalo. So, hando na niya sa paano, kung hindi, ito tayo magap niya. In night market, paano auto ang video, guys, paano duman, ang kwalo, sa tayo, paano mamadula na. Sa manmasaya, sa paano ni paano ni magsuli, itanong na, sa medimon, imahanok, sa more land trust, sa I'm taking for land, so, ang may kay paano mami, at ihami ang bit, ang sinokyo, tunga, ito liit, kasi judgment, kaya na lang, istima, nagdoy, sa masay, sa ganyan, ni militar.
Master senior. Jadi mas record what's the level? What's my feeling of I'm Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry. This market. Lo aku pun. Enggak, mandita aku. Enggak, terima magasin ng testa no ni tano ni Max. Enggak, Ibaratnya lebih paling ketahui kan, ketahui biu, natunya itu normal saja. Tahu nak ada informasi, jadi tahu ni kita terdapat knowledge saya jadi apa ni mama kata tu, kebetulan ni tahu pada publik tu, dia lugar di mana ada tu di rumah nak duanya. Ini je tentang nama jadi sekarang member di tahu mana atas si dikuntul dengan si Buta, si Buta. Yang ini nama nak Tuhan, jangan punya perayaan na punto. Basta man sambil sini malakan mengganggu tentang kadizum dan pula Arias para usaha praktika kulturnya. Basta apa di dalamnya setelah itu dan kila basta mana itu kultura Sepuluh mendampingi sini tidak sentano zaman mana saya organisasi dan itu mana ini menfokuskan yang harus menanggung importante sekali no sakut no napalang programnya natano kapag dan itu mendampingi ni mengenai usul macam haja aku mau lain mababa makannya yang itu di sesuatu ya kalau dan kulturasi tanu juga pula melalui di sini kenanya ni si not Paris no dan sama guru ni dan so jadi aku sendiri Jangan kan mana dulu ni mana aku kenal ni je mana aku suram gini orang tu ni pada mau iman sama gonta ni man nang jadi waktu istilah ni waktu ni dia man waktu saya pare man nang di sini orang ni bentai sini mana ketika aku lama waktu bantu tanpa sama tidak terus usai orang ayo nama tangan aku beli itu pada sana balik sisi sudah terus sana importante sisa no yani longan every sudden given say the 30 no 32 begin to be on no October akan menaikkan ada ekonomi sino Cubano Japanese macam ini menjadi saja Americano di anti di posisi sebagai opsi no ini maybe 20 years and also 1968 zaman itu no precisamente esa no va a ser una vida na gente masculina no maksudnya kualifikan no bahan lokasi dan alamnya ni macam lagi kan baru guna tempoh kita nak tahu lo melawan anak sahaja kalau masa potensi sesuatu Paris no alamnya yang naik pada terlalu dengan kita perlu sekalian para bawang manuk baru no sesuatu perubahan yang kita no di Guam dan lalu ni sudah lalu di mobil efisiensi di bentar usi hasil ini sudah todo bentar no itu nanti relasi Guam hasil no itu mana importanti sisa Misal kalau kan Guam no tagin anto di Catalunya sana lo gajet di sana di Langkoli melalui terus itu na tempo kalau kita ini dos meses di itano no sino Paris na langsung itu membantu di kampung sabuk dulu jadi termasuk dilanjut dengan mana kan dulu dia gimana jadi istilah masih ada ni Guam pada sistem mediasi itu keperluan dulu di University of Guam perlu research sebab Imperial Indonesia ini menetapkan dia jadi di penala di University of Masalah dan Singapura for example untuk jadi waktu itu dia aktif research di punya ajuda yang menetapkan satu istilah lain tahu ya aku mau tahu juga macam gitu aku masa saya sudah mesti orang di pulau ini sekarang jadi masa ni nak orang memang kata saya sama dengan kata mata kalau kalau seperti benar itu segi ada programa karena batu jadi seperti SPC ya namen
Here's energy history. Which power facts from GPA?
At MyEnergyGuam.com, you can track your daily energy use, check your batteries, see when your household uses the most power, and make simple changes that can lower your bill, all from the comfort of home.
And here's another tip from GPA.
Try GPA's free online energy expert course. In just minutes, you'll get a virtual home energy audit with customized tips to save money on your electricity bill. Visit GuamPowerAuthority.com.
Energy 15 is brought to you by Guam Power Authority.
It's here, this is your business unlimited. Million water people to call home each day here to protect them by the Christmas. This is the video to the now what we have achieved this year from Chicago with gold followers. This year, and make your party fun. A process for finally deliciously available in the market unit of GC. This is for our super process of customers each year ahead. But just now, this year, 2 more days, I've got the market small, and this for a total business. You rule.
Now it's time for your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside. Let's see here, heavy traffic on Route 1 and Upper Fremont. If you are heading northbound to the intersection, that leads to Route 16. Slow traffic on Route 1 and Route 1 Marine Car Drive. If you are heading north or southbound to the intersections, that leads to Route 30, 14, or near the John F. Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 3 in Bendigo if you're trying to make your way to the intersection on Route 1. Slow traffic on Route 26 Metuchen Avenue if you're trying to make your way to the intersection on Route 1 Marine Corps Drive. Heavy traffic on Route 8 in Barragata if you are heading to the intersection near the fire station. And now for your traffic advisory for the week, the DPW contractor will be grass cutting at the following locations between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., weather permitting. Thursday, September 18, Route 15, Manila and Jigo. Thursday, September 19 to Friday, September 20th. So on Route 10, Barragata, Manila, and San Pardo, the DPW asks motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for traffic control signs and work closed. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Brightside, brought to you by Mobile. Download the app today for exclusive use coupons. Visit guam.mobile.com for details, and brought to you by the Guam Auto Spot. Schedule for sale today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 470 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot 470 Auto. Also, a huge shout out to them for also sponsoring the 4 o'clock rush hour.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Princess Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide fun, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Please continue to Wave FM in Astounding Guam. Enjoy the show.
Mananalo. Ganyan talo di pagyaman oran sa holo. Sino oportunidad na magkasaluban. Kumalat ko sa sikong gidawin. Away. Ang parang ikampalat ko luki, gano'n pa po, gidagain sa paglawan. Kung malinaw sa akin, mga susunod namin pa. Ang salutasyon para si Guam, si Paul, dan si Mark, dan si Roman. No, siya na batkada, dan si Ed, dan si Steve. Dan ni Adi, si Mike. Kasi nagpapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapapap
Inilagyan pa ng si. No. Ako tinawag ang programa sa pinagandang talo si Jojo Garrido. Lalalawin sinota. Sabi ba na si Manelu? Si Ruben, si Carlos, si Lucy, si Beverly, si Darcy, dan si Lance. Hingga si Fernandez. Hingga Pantomo, panagang na hanggang din. At panagin namin po di kapasya na punto. Ito na número, 922, 1051, parang sino dos. Yan, may kumukanda di programa sa Moro. Da pagkukulima ang diskutasyon sa kami sa distri, ano ni, hanggang may manilipat na magay. Medyo na sa Moro man magamot, da makondena itanong niya. Ano na palabra ba rin para rahon, David na grupo na parusa ginari para ba Amerikano na Inglaterra militaro na palabra para rahon. Sa mismo sila ganyan guwapo dito eh. Sa nayo tapos no, hindi na nalilap na duwelo mo sa po. Yun, kasi mo ba sa kami, nililipata, kasi man nangyay, nagtatata, mura man mataya, sorry, kasi malili. Kasi managi, nasabi, tanong manay lang. Idurag ang hindi, ano masota, ang hindi pinutalak ni Marino, no? Kapag yung administrasyon ni Navy, hindi talak mo. So kung yun, malino, ang bapod pa mo, panagang nga ako ng bili, at panabingani ko di puntun sa Moro siya, sa Gilatak-lak, makta bang kabadero na wala nang nanilitas mo, mabit, mag-exam, no? Nang tinutularo, parang ganapan. Sa hanggang di punto din para pa-commit mo na ililang ng Samoro. Siguro ni Pinota na ni Kuturata. Hindi para sa panasyon eh. Sa kapitiri na hindi ang si Dr. Chen Super na sana may university. Kaya ito, klaro na nga dyan. Dito sinalangya ka lang sinabi mo din ako. Ginanadyo yung festival. Elemento na yung mga paprotein, itano, ay kultura ng lingwahe ng todo na sa ihanan ng kasi todo na sa fundamental nyo, ginalasa sa siyentano ng lingwahe. Mumaliwid, kumabaya sa todo, tumuho sa mga natero. Ito ba, continúa con esta por el mini mapa de Nausa. No, si quieres, para mí, plano, está, Gaudí, plano, no, por ahí.
Pero militar,
militar, Zamora, no, yung nagawin ng militar, Mantamoro, yung
Mari kali nak komentar nampak hasil dan bahan gula ni bahan hasil dan urban renew tidak gula ni lagi no bagi mata bagi no pues apenas una me la cogió la historia van a development in Guam van a crear semuli y también manera pues no pagué destina na casa y gula dapat nungguan dun igura madikiti ko makasasa ng igura sa santot ni Jauh Bangka
con todo lo que te digo, no por el nombre.
Yo podemos decir no kaya itu pasti original na tama no hindi lagi dan ikut nungguan maksa berkisah pun adalah bertemu itu pada jadi harus dari kita di properti no dan lalu minggu ini yang asal berkisah pun adalah gula namun penuh no dan semasa kita penuh yang senang itu boleh itu dan maksudnya tidak kami pertabu lalu gubernmen itu dan gula dengan air sinar bang mana dia bandar personal mana kembali terus makutikan zaman Bibi di Rebu, zaman Kodak ni gubernmen itu Guam di 1968, Yaksi begitu, Yaksi mahir sekian, mana kuti mana kontra gula, tapi juga sudah punya lalu punya Guam, kalau asal guna Guam asal ada, sebab itu guna ini itu bagi gulanya ni original dan Ketika kita nak maulik tu, ketika kita nak warna-warna yang kombinasi tu, sedikit kalau kita nak no terus no, biasanya, ane nak set Marine Drive, itu St. Louis lagi Marine Drive macam tu, St. Louis satu pendek apa lalu no, sungai, itu menjadi jumat jiwa, sungai itu menjadi betul. Dulu Road One no, Stephen Lewis. Dulu Philip dan Anderson Upi Bangsawan. So, pendidikan itu lukas di Singapura. Tentu nak tahu maksudnya. So, sentuh tahu nak kena tak salah di sini semua sungai. No, dulu malah dulu di sungai putih asam. No, dulu agaknya jadi sini sentuh tahu nak kena tak salah. Bukan mengatakan tahu ni makin dena kan di mana tahu kerjaan.
Yang lalu kita ini tidak bersedia por el nombre está en la aneloración makanan ni nak mereka ni tipo apa Besonnya bestiano na tanong sinente ni ginagap ko ni panungo sa taon. Sa umbesede mo kailan to lang yun John F. Kennedy High School, George Washington High School, siya na naman. Seberapa? Lo dari kita tulad ka, siya na ang onda, imang tao-tao tayo, imang mauda. Jadi yun, ma-eduka para edukator na, imang pamagontan ng mga nala. Nagkakot ang sanya, siya. Tanto ni makolonista siya na tawag, ni magtugili na para mahab niya yun. Hindi, mananuro. Pag nung dito, sinipot na, di mo po di, nang tapapasalita, o sundo, gano'n ko ng mga bakta, mapahilit ka, panaslo, yang tas, di mo di kanatang.
Karena kalau naman kita tak lupa karena ni dulu sendalo no jadi gubernamentu tak guna ni sejak mana tujuh ekonomi di Island don mountain jadi pemerintah itu
dan dan na panatubig ni ang pangitsyo sa no kita upan ako pasto kinalahan sa no malolo masa dan na bunda sa pinik sino na ito bakta daw matiga ulo ng sino na ang gagawin ni manggagi todo dinansun ulang ngit dako mo mapagpuntak na siya pangpak Kirisan nila matino. Ako matulog si Papa, no? Hindi naman gabi pa rin ang tapal-tong. No, gabi si Papa pa rin. Ako sa panahon. Kapag si Bella dalawa sa panasan. Wala yung Bella po sa buwan. Wala nang lipitan na nahalong po sa buwan. Kung sige, sige tayo. Buenos días. Kumasa na. Go!
Natatagtog mo lang.
Bueno, pero está que aquí no está nada, es la misma, después de mi hijo. Con lo que yo hago, con la noticia. Kalau minat, jangan lalu macam no.
Ay, pati nila yun.
Nada lagi.
Yung basta na uwan na. 10 pesos.
Usted lagi. Sama, basta, ano, paano, lumusas mo na tabuk.
Undang, tadi sih sa, itinagulong mo, manana ka. Itanong niya, sa pati mo ni layo, ang nilap ang tuloy po siya, hindi lang po na mahulog, di ba?
Itu. Jadi balon.
Balon, yang pasti dia itu saja dibilang gitu. Jadi sesuatu seperti juga mau belogin, mau salamkan dos. Kita simpulkan baru bawahnya. No, todo pembinaan itu sekarang di sesi itu ada kobrak tapi Antelación que me tocó,
Acompaña apa ko no?
Ini nama saya
Dok ko juga sih man pada zaman dongklub kan. Kemudian man dongklub. Kami pada juga kan, semoga betul kalau boleh kalau.
Usaha ini lagi tinggal satu kamu. Lalu jadi lalu jauh kan kembali lebih nih.
Logisa ko na orang itu sektor di sandok no saya kan dapat saya. Jadi itu kan jadi hanya 5% ni okra ni kasi nuhan.
Ay kumapaksa sih.
Ano ini ko
ko na lagi mapapaksa ni Guam. No pasti yun yun satu kanina. Wala ba? Mausa lagi kita tunggu na ko na uwan.
Ya bapak gitu.
Malagam dulu dosa na tawag may kaya lagi sa siguro no ito namin sa bago dimensiya yung kombinasyon. Magkulinsya di siguro ikarista na yung lakay kombinasyon ng ginawa.
Zaman na talo yung tulisyon na dyan kalau pengatahuan aja bukan kita tahu itu bandas lah karena orang Amerika Rusia ini yang mana ini jadi itu lagi apa nak ini lah ini apa yang kita dapat
Yes.
Dapat ang gigi sa tanang nagiging.
Kalau lagi makagutin nanti itu.
Jarang.
Jauh lagi.
Apa? Ini mo na mama. Hindi mo na mama. Hindi mo na mama ni. Jangan sabi di mama sa utang. Hindi na utang. Ano ba na kapag ko mo na di mo guys dito. Sustansya pa sila Sige po, bago gan, pag na kami first focus na sige, nakasa. Ano na sabot, feeling, ano na sabot na mahuhugot? Kunto mo?
Ako kasi nalga. Anak ko lagi tao.
Mga masabi ko sa gumahaglit, lagi mahaglit ang sobo. Ay, no, lagi na may mento sa, no, balik sa sosol, no, kumatawa ka ng tuwa, no, may gawin, no, sabot agad, no, ako mo inamitis ka, no, gininisansong na nasabot, nagmano bola, mga may gininisansong sa bulak ka ba na may hikit to the fatter, ay, na makikita, gano'n kumikita, tampo, nasabot, no, kasi ang gininisansong na, mga pula niya din kinuno no ang lampad no sabot na do dahil din ang sabot gius o sabot gius sabot gius
ay estilo tuwa siya ba na ulo na sa tibaw Dua nama disiplin memang berani lah. Nak naligo ini tutup yang ada.
Ini akan tahu. Kalau
kondisi lagi waktu ni keamanan, lawan panen bagi rumah khususnya masih rumah tunggu.
Naktikan
Tapi yang kedua mereka mengatakan mencintai.
Ini dia Dapat pemimpin dapat dengan masih hitam selama pengalaman mungkin. Pinatasuhan malam gini kita bergabung.
Enggak dulu tak jadi istilahnya ini tu masa kalau dulu bilateral apa sekali sangat asing.
Lepas tu asalnya lagi tidak ada no.
Asli dibuatkan melawan tu. Itu tak boleh tak suka. Aku dia. Karena dia macam dibuat sekarang.
Di mana ko na jangan di mana kita
ada malagan tu bukan dunia tu negara pasti dia ada hidup dan nanda macam tu tak hidupnya mengulang dulu ada dah itu pergi juga lah untuk
jangan
ada untuk orang lah tiga tu bisa diminta nah orang begitu ada bagi itu
itu sudah terkendang ketawa
malah pemilu kepada
makanya kita apa karena itu kalau bantuan uang kan lalu itu dengan itu apa
tahu itu pasal ini oke aku itu lebih luas
Una malayo, no, lo que Barcelona. A ver, estaba ahí ahora, que Jesús Martí, estamos, yo me voy para Entonces vamos a llegar para seguir saliendo con la noticia para que aceptarme de la ley. Entonces vamos a ir en el vídeo, en la gamita, no sé si es tu conectado, ¿no? Parece, no parece. Yo, cuando usan sus bases vocales de doctrina, yo no tengo esa doctrina, porque soy un chino, como una base. Así es más que no es como yo tengo. Entonces vamos a ir cuando usan el Dios hasta aquí.